What's up, everybody? Welcome to the co-watch party of Rebel Moon Director's Cut Part 2, Curse of Forgiveness. It's only on Netflix, and if this is your first time doing a watch party or watch along, I will tell you real quickly, all you have to do is get up on another window or app or device and look for Rebel Moon Director's Cut Part 2, or click the link in the description below. It should take you to the Netflix site or app or whatever, and then you press play, then pause or pause it, or either way, get ready to press play when I go 3, 2, 1, play. Press play on the play, and we should be synced up in the idea as you watch it and enjoy the show as I commentate throughout the film, talk about it, and there's a discussion after the film going into all the details and what we think and our opinions, criticisms, reactions, and impressions. And throughout the film, I have the live chat here on YouTube and on Twitch, so follow me there, of course, or here, wherever you're at. And we'll have a good time enjoying this film. I'm really excited. I'm a big Zack Snyder fan, and I say we because this is a co-watch party. I can't do it without you, and I can't do it without my special guest of honor, Christiam Disciple. What's up, brother? How you doing, Ensign?
Great, Lord KOJAY.
I forgot to get these name bars up. Oh my gosh, so many things. So,
by the way, I am not Christian, but Christ I am a
yes,
disciple.
And I'm
Christ
just KOJAY.
I am.
I'm just KOJAY because the Lord is Lord and KOJAY. That's the title. It's God and me. Because in India or Bollywood, they don't really have an and in their title. So if they have, like, you'll see titles like Karan Arjun, it's the both brothers, Karan and Arjun. They just don't do the and. So when I was looking for a handle, I was like, all right, well, Lord and KOJAY, God and me. So we both have. That's what I like about both of our titles. It's a nod to God, of course.
Yes.
That's cool.
It's very cool.
So thank you for the correction.
Thank you. Thank you for the explanation too. I didn't know that.
No, it's cool. A lot of people don't know. There it is. So, Ensign, this is not your first time seeing Rebel Moon, but your first time seeing it in a while.
Yes, in a long while.
Yes, because I know the license agreements for Netflix of the Palestinian movies expired, so they couldn't bring them back, and that was a huge outrage. Netflix says it's not personal. However, Netflix did go out of the way in 2021 to make a section of Palestinian films for the resistance of what's going on. So apparently that expired in 3 years. So it's hard to read that. And I don't blame anyone for canceling Netflix at all. No.
Well, that's why I don't have Netflix right now.
That's very commendable, brother. So I'm glad I could host this for you backstage so we could dissect this movie and enjoy it. When was the last time you saw it?
That would be last year, I believe.
Wow. Was it the director's cut or was it the theatrical?
I saw both. I saw the theatrical and I also saw the director's cut after.
Ooh.
The director's cut is much better. And boy, is it graphic. Wow. Some moments I was like, some moments I actually kind of had to do this for a minute. Because the intensity, it was very intense.
Yes. Like some people who are not familiar with graphic violence, especially the stuff that actually happens in the real world, my sadness with entertainment is sometimes some things have been desensitized, where graphic violence is kind of taken cartoonily, or
particularly in comic book movies. Particularly in comic book movies, the lack of consequence.
Yes, sometimes it's too casual. Even in the Marvel films, it's like in the background, this devastating stuff, and then they have a little joke. But continue. Sorry.
The consequence of violence is severe, and people don't realize that,
I think there's a responsibility, even in action films, to address the severity of such things, not to be so loosely about it or to make it jokingly. So it's really a fine, responsible line, and I don't think a lot of films do give it that level of importance, where that's why the story is so crucial to understand why the violence is there as a story element, because sometimes
Correct.
the story is very weak, but they put a lot of attention to the violence, and then it's kind of, that's where they don't do a good success with that. And I watch a lot of
Which,
martial arts films, so yeah, I see it.
there you go. Because for me, okay, I'm going to say something that's very biased, but nonetheless, this
You're
is
at the
my
right
bias.
place for that. This is
This
free.
is my bias. Okay, I don't really
Everyone
watch.
owns their words.
Okay, I own my words. I don't really watch the MCU because I don't like when they crack a joke in the midst of something that's very violent, very traumatic, and very dramatic. I don't
You're
like
not
that.
alone.
I know it's a Hollywood thing, but still, I prefer to see consequences behind something happening. Whether it's somebody who, you know, we all are rooting for, or somebody who is the villain, you want to see consequence behind it, because sometimes, something happens to the villain that's very negative and everybody applauds that, but then when you think about it afterwards, you're like, wait a minute, that's murder. That's not, you can't justify murder. Okay, because it's the villain, we can murder him. No, that's murder's murder. So I
Amen,
just,
bro. I mean,
so that's how I feel about violence and how it's treated.
and how do you feel your favorite directors, specifically today, like Zack Snyder? How do you feel how he carries about it?
That's what I like about him, actually. That when he does do violence, particularly in the DCEU, there's actually a lot of consequences to that violence. And as a result of that, sometimes it's detrimental to the protagonist in the story. Sometimes it's detrimental to a whole bunch of people that the protagonist was seeking to, help. And, it works, it actually works in the opposite direction, because, and it also goes to show us that, um, violence is not a first resort. It's not a second resort. It's not a third. It's the absolute last result to try to sort out a situation. And that's what I appreciate about what he does, because even the consequences of what happened in Man of Steel, the consequences of what happened in BVS, because remember, the whole world mourned Superman's death, and because he decided he was going to violently take down Doomsday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that cost him his life. But there were a lot of other lives that depended on his life to sort of be inspired to continue going on, and so on. So by his untimely death, it affected a whole bunch of people. And these are things that I love about his movies, because he's now showing that the hero is not guaranteed, first of all, to live because he is the hero. And secondly, every action that hero takes has a consequence, regardless of who he is, what his status is, how people look at him. And I think that heavy weight, I don't think people are very comfortable with sort of realistic things, being confronted with realism. People want
Yeah,
to
they
be in,
can't label it as dark, like they can't go there.
right, but it's not dark. It's just reality, and it's
And
serious,
reality is
right?
gritty.
It is sometimes gritty, sometimes it is, sometimes it's mundane and seemingly ritual. But the thing about it is how even the simple little things in these movies, to me, the ritual things, Zack Snyder sees, the spiritual element of it. And that's what I like about even the interactions. Like, when Cyborg met with, or shall I say, uh, Stone. What is his name? Victor. When Victor
Victor
met with
Stone, yes.
Diana in, I know this is not Rebel Moon.
No,
I
but
should
it's
know
the same
because,
director's work. It's fine.
yeah, when he met with Diana, and he said, "Fuck the world." Now, for a lot of people, that was, oh, that's an obscenity. They may get carried away with that, or they may realize this is someone who is in the process of processing something, and at that point in time, emotionally speaking, that person's about to make a pivot. Strange as it may sound, you know? So the person's about to pivot, and that's why they lash out like that. And she, because of her experience, she sort of understood what was going on, and she kept on pushing at him. She was picking at that spot, because he lashed out, but it's really like it's like, you know, men don't cry, they lash out, right? So he lashed out. She understood he was crying, and she kind of pressed on the issue by giving her experience. So she just kind of unveiled herself and said, "Look, I kind of understand where you're coming from. I understand why you want to say that. You know, I did the same thing. I withdrew from the world. I withdrew from people, you know." And she started to relate. And then as she was coming too close to him for comfort, he left, right? And,
Exactly.
you know, these are real things. That's what I'm trying to say, you know? You don't really get that in a comic book movie, right?
Not these days.
Well, I don't know any comic book. I don't know any comic book movie that dealt with people relationship on that kind of level in that kind of way. You know what I mean? So that's what always appeals to me, is how different we are, but yet how similar we are in experiences. And this, it seems like a mundane thing. Okay, the person lashes out, so that doesn't feel mundane, but it feels like just a conversation between two people, and yet one has to take time to process. The person's in the middle of processing something, and the other person is sensitive to that, understands that, and is willing to give that person the space and time to work it out. But in the meantime, I'm gonna stick this little thing in here. I know you don't like it. That's why you lashed out at me, but I'm still gonna stick this thing here. I think that's just so. I've seen it in real life a lot of times, right? Amongst my family members, amongst people I love, where they push you, prod you, and you might lash out at them, but they figuratively lash out at them, but they understand that you're processing something and you're about to pivot, and they just want to just tip you over the edge so you'll pivot instead of going the path that you usually go, right? Because remember, Silas used to live a certain kind of life. He was protected by his mother. She was no longer there to protect him. Now he's on his own. He doesn't feel his father ever tried to protect
Oh,
him.
you
Even
mean
his
Victor?
father.
Yeah.
Yeah, Victor. Did I say Silas?
Yeah, you
You
did.
know? Yeah.
No,
But
my
anyway,
God. Yeah,
but this is the thing about Zack Snyder I like. I like his movies for that. For well, we're gonna go into the spiritual, I'm assuming, at some point.
Yes, and that's something I was looking forward to being a part of on your channel, but the timing wasn't right. So I highly recommend everyone like and subscribe to my boy Anson Phillip here. The link to his channel is on the description here, but you can always find this channel through my collection of channels I recommend on my channel. So there's no excuse not to find my boy right here, because you tackle multiple topics, not just Zack Snyder films and cinema, but you also tackle what's going on in Palestine. You tackle your faith, all this meaning. It's very beautiful. And then when you say that that's what you like about meaning, I feel like I've heard some people who don't like Zack Snyder, they see only the violence, because I noticed they dismiss the meaning of the story. And they criticize him about that. But that's why we get together, have these discussions, and I'm looking forward next time I could be on your channel. And this whole experience, we're going to be sharing our opinion, talking throughout the film and everything, and then our discussion after the movie experience is going to be discussing everything of our impressions, since the movie will be fresh in our minds and hearts.
Right.
Since it is a long one, we're not going to waste any time. So, so let's switch on over to the screen. And before you do, please give me your good smile, brother. And we will be commenting through the whole thing. So are you ready, my friend?
I am ready. Is my face frozen?
You should... Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
Is my face frozen, and is it okay?
It is beautiful, brother. I love it. All right. So we are at the 00 part, Rebel Moon, part 2, director's cut. You should have it now. If you don't, the time is up, or pause this live or replay if you're watching replay. We're going to go 3, 2, 1, play. Press play on the play, and we'll be good to go. Real countdown starting now in 3, 2, 1, play. Ooh, my rhythm was off on that. Was on or off?
It's on.
Would you like it off or on?
What do I like, on or off?
The subtitles.
Oh no, it's okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Just in case there's something. Grand Electric. Now, I like when Snyder uses heavy music in the beginning because his stuff comes off to me as very operatic. Not in
Very
the sense of
epic.
an opera, but yes, epic. His works not only remind me of comics, but they remind me of Renaissance art. And those are very big. If you look at those Renaissance paintings, everything's accentuated from the expressions, the
Yes.
muscles, the colors, the tone. It's a great way to kick it off. And he's consistent with it from beginning to end.
Yes.
And here we go. We see what they're shoveling finally.
My
Human
God.
body remains in parts as fuel. Wow. And you could tell that's a soldier because the first film or part already established all the soldiers had that same haircut where it's like a little bit hair on top and they shave around it.
I love the singing.
This is nice. Igor, my brother, welcome. We just started with Rebel Moon, my man. Let me know if you want to know how far along we are with it. I can show that.
Do you know what she's singing?
I was about to wonder. I don't know if this is an actual language or a made-up language for the story. This is where we are in the film, ladies and gentlemen. So you know, I'm not showing it because I'm not getting in trouble. Also, you want to support the film, so watch it the most proper way anytime you can.
It's a Neuralink.
Oh, I appreciate the love, Igor. Well, hopefully, you can come by again and check it out, or watch our discussion after the film. But it's so good to see you, brother. I'm always happy to see you around, man. Thank you for the support. Talk to you soon, brother. And this is crazy because science today is always trying to see what they can get out from humanity. Like I was telling on my last stream the other night with Retro Nerd Girl, um, that because there was a thing of putting aliens putting information into human brains in that story, and there was a article I read about a study to see if they could put simulation on prisoners' minds to make them think and feel that they've been in prison for 10 years and then release them earlier.
Hmm.
So sometimes science is being used for what people can get the most out of people for their benefit, not really to better mankind and humankind, you know?
I agree.
Mankind or humankind. And there was a Canadian series, a sci-fi series called Lex, where they explored another far-off planet called the Cluster, where they would do bioorganics and they would take human flesh and use it to feed a biomechanic machine and probe in brains to get memories or use them as control or put you to work long after you're dead and just use the brain as a robot or fuel for a robot.
Wow.
And then Snyder doing things like that is just amazing. And
Yeah.
it's so subtle because it's just in the background, it's so casual. They're all used to doing this.
Hmm.
Like, how many times has this villain been killed and brought back with all that residual, subtle brain damage, you know?
Hmm.
The blue energy is going in and the red energy is going out. I love the scope of the planets in the background
Yeah.
because I remember the opening or the earlier scene when they had a huge Saturn-like planet behind the rebel moon. It was so huge. People were like, "Oh my gosh, you're so close to the planet. How did you do that?" Like, no, 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 no. If Saturn was as close to Earth as the moon was, it would look like that. The size is so different with smaller and bigger planets based on how close to far they are.
Wait, they're not on the moon,
No,
and
they're on the moon, and I think that moon is going around a bigger Saturn-like planet.
so what we were seeing was a planet from their moon.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Just like I imagine if you're on the moon, you look at the Earth, it would look bigger than us on Earth seeing the moon at its size, you know?
Right.
Now for a digital movie, I like how a lot of these scenes, there's a softness to it, you know? Like
Yeah, they
nothing's
look
very crisp and too
ve- very organic.
yeah. The one warrior that they criticized having a drinking problem says thirsty first. That was kind of funny. Now I think this location is shot like in an area which is an hour or an hour and a half north of Los Angeles and North Hollywood, Burbank, where it's
Okay.
a lot of like desert-like landscapes, a lot of nothing. You could there's a few lakes around it. I was there as an extra for a film shoot once, and it's just desolate. But
Wow.
it's a great way to shoot if you want to have no one around and put props and stuff and everything. Now I like that we see a lot of his story throughout the film. That's something that was lost in the theatrical cut.
Hmm.
'Cause he's such a key character in this. I like that we have orcs because we're all familiar with orcs since Lord of the Rings. It was very mainstream with the movies. Adding that fantasy element because we see all these future soldiers have a lot of like even their garb, it looks very barbarian. Like, they have knights and everything. The fusing of fantasy and science fiction.
Hmm.
See, even that story element that there's a reason why all the villagers couldn't be there because they feel a little bit of shame. Like to
Right.
think that far with and it's a great story element to have less people on set too. But it's a great way to set the tone in the weight of matters,
Hmm.
raise the stakes. So this is a great conversation to pick up from the last film. The end of the last one, we saw that they were reviving the general. Oh, Admiral. My apologies. Interesting. They have to go to the land at all costs, even against their own protocol that they're seeing. Well, also, we know that's not true. They know. So Mara's the name of that planet.
Yes, they're on the moon, I think,
Mhm.
of the planet Mara.
So they time their day around going around the planet,
They go around. Yeah.
which is brilliant because, if you're on a planet, you time it around going around the sun. So their days and nights may be longer or shorter than one to the other. Because in theory, sometimes the atmosphere on the moon or a moon would be more complementary to a sentient that breathes air or oxygen or whatever than the planet itself. 'Cause then you have light from the sun of the solar system, and then the gravitational pull of the planet dictating, tides and stuff that happens on the moon, as the moon and sun would dictate, nature here on Earth.
Hmm.
So if you think about it, that actually shows the complexities that these people endure to get by as farmers and living off the land. But to them, it's just normal.
Yeah. I like the tying of the people to the land. Such a
Yes.
powerful thing.
That's that's essentially how humanity thrives. Villages,
Right.
towns, and, even we rely so much on our, farms, even though we may be in a city. I'm in a city, so we still rely on that system to
Right.
get our foods and everything. That's why it should be respected. Back in my mother's land is, Sri Lankan, some areas, and this is why a lot of people don't like the president there. Some areas are It's a strong agricultural country. That's their biggest export is tea next to cinnamon, diamonds and spice and rice. So the problem is some companies are trying to turn areas into a tourist attraction, and they're building and
Hmm.
taking land that's meant to be fertile and best for fertile for farmers.
Right. That's happening in my country too. The
Ah,
aquifers, they're
yes.
trying to build over the aquifers and stuff like that.
Mm,
Terrible.
it is. Now, Zack Snyder is very good with sound. Even in the love scenes, you could
Yeah.
hear their breaths, and
Right.
that's a because he has no shame in showing everything. He goes straight to the
Yeah, you're going through
closest
the
of it.
whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and I was critical. I'm not a fan of too much sexual and nudity stuff. It's very French. Um, but what's neat about the two sex scenes we do see between with the main characters is that we're getting a difference with someone she likes and fancies compared to someone she has
Involved with.
reciprocation of love with, you know?
Right.
Like this guy knew
Right.
exactly how to take off the bra, which is a little joke because the previous one, the guy had trouble. And then the end of that love scene, he's asleep and she's awake, just one, still out, conscious and maybe needing some more, but the guy already fell asleep and whatever. But here we see that they have a more
Symbiotic.
yeah, symbiotic, more stimulation, not just physical but emotional. See, they even have this moment to appreciate each
Yeah.
other.
Right.
And so, because when I first saw the first love scene, I was like, all right, the other one's gonna be raunchier. But then I see that he's taking time with these characters in such an intimate moment. Yes, they have the sexual uh pleasures, but there's these moments where they're really enjoying each other because they really care for each other, and they really love each other. I like that detail, you know?
Yep.
There's some person like that. That's a little too much. Her expression, I feel like overacting, but then again, these actors, they wear a thong, like a G-string. That way they
Yeah.
don't have to penetrate. And you use
That's
camera angles and use CGI to take out the lines of the thong or whatever. They've been doing it for a long time. So they do have to overact, which is good. Please,
well.
no real sex. Let the actors,
Well, they're actors, so that's what they do.
exactly. So
Because they're doing that
like
in
right
front of
there
an
around his waistline,
they're
it's a
doing it in
little
front of
tight.
an entire cast and a host of the people
Yeah.
watching them and stuff
Because
like
right
that.
here, you have you have like a whole crew watching it. But
Yep.
even around his waistline, you can see the thong a little bit.
Okay.
The discoloration. It's still a testament to the actors. And what's cool is you see this body scars of her times in war and battle. There's one on her leg, one on her thigh. It looks like she was cut. And on her left shoulder, it looks like there's another wound there, like maybe a bullet wound or something.
Okay.
There you go. That was nice. And then here we go. They're still getting closer to each other. They got close physically, and then they're gonna share this heart to heart and then get even closer with
Emotionally, yeah.
that music in the background was very nice too.
Yeah.
All right, what's very interesting, as I said that there's similarities to, not just history, but what's going on now. I read two articles of what happened in Palestine where two different cases an IDF soldier took a child. One was a man who took a child, and we have no idea what happened to her. Another was a female IDF soldier who took a Palestinian girl, like in an adoption way,
Okay.
after Matt taking part in killing everybody in her town.
Wow.
And so it's not really a stretch that Belisarius would sympathize with one civilian, child civilian, of the civilians, him and the soldiers are completely massacred.
Wow.
This stuff does happen. And I don't know if it's out of love while you're still killing their family and people and you have sympathy for one, or if it's some kind of prejudice, or if it's a selfishness where you see another human being as some kind of a pet or object. Because they do raid, uh, the mother world raids the planet for resources and human body trimmings for their ships. So if you abduct, force adopt a civilian of those people that you're targeting, is it really out of love, or is it out of an objectifying something, like even taking it as a pet, another form of
I
slavery?
was thinking maybe it's a form of control where I'm going to take this
Mm,
one, I'm going to raise this one in our ways, and this one's going to actually be against its own people because it's going to see love, acceptance, a community from the way I'm going to teach it. So that's what I think it is. I think it's all about
Mm.
power and control, and maybe seeing yourself in the person as well. Who knows?
Mm.
You know.
Eladio, what's up, brother? Welcome. Are you able to watch with us? If you want, I could show you where we are in the film. We can sync up. Hey, good to see you here. Everyone, like and subscribe to my boy Eladio Plays. Oh, I'm glad you're good, brother. Uh, hope you're having a good Ramadan too. See, the king doesn't like what's going on. Ooh, I love this shot so much. This shot looks like a Renaissance painting. I have to find
Painting.
one that was last at
Yeah.
the museum. Oh, it went away. Dang it.
It's still
It
it's
was at,
still
no, it's still the same set, but I like that shot that had everybody placed around. Ooh, that's my favorite shot in this movie. Oh, you are, man. Alhamdulillah. That's good. I love the blur in the background. It looks like they are in
yeah.
a painting or part of one. And when he was having that speech, it looked like something in like almost of a church, like how everyone's sitting, like how we have Congress set up. You know? See how they're seeing as their demotion as a cleansing? Yeah, when he comes to power, what does he do? He does ethnic cleansing. Princess Issa seems like the heart of this world.
Right.
Issa, which is Arabic for Jesus.
The thing about it, have you seen the Sentinel?
The Sentinel. I don't.
That was the podcast Zack Snyder had with.
Oh, that. Oh, I was thinking of a movie. Yeah, I did hear it on and off.
It's interesting about
Hmm.
Isa and the prophecy and all of that. Very interesting.
He's really thought up everything in this world. I mean, as a storyteller myself, when you spend so many years making dedicated to a story, it's like you can tell the story at part, any
Right.
part rich with things that happened before and things that's like headed towards later.
Right.
I wonder how far in his timeline, his storyline is Rebel Moon. You know, you probably shouldn't tell anyone, but I am curious to know it.
Hmm.
That's a very modern Star Wars take on that shit coming in. I like it. I like how both movies did have a moment where there was a montage or a story of the past. Like we saw her past in the first one, her time in the military. Now we're seeing the second part of that montage telling of the past here, which is a nice poetic reflection. The first one is part one, this is part two. So are the history lessons here of the
Hmm.
or of Korra's story. Because you really don't get two parters anymore these days, you know? Like a true
No,
like
except for like Dune or
yeah, dude, probably, yeah. or was Dune like one story cut in half? You know,
One story cut in half, but it had part one, part two, like this.
it's interesting that they all have that eye in front.
Yeah, for death,
Hmm.
Horus.
Or is that their version of a god's eye,
There what?
or their version of a god's eye, or something mixed up?
You only see those eyes when people are getting killed.
Mhm.
Remember, um, when the general was recapping his story?
That's right.
Remember the captive soldiers with the eye bag with the
Yeah,
eye on it? Yeah.
maybe that's a sign of their cult too, because when they come into power, that's what they do to everybody. Oh, that's horrible. That's awful.
Wow.
Wow. Now this part right here where he plays the lie that he's gonna play immediately that Cora killed everybody. Everyone's in on it. All those people. There you go, an off-worlder. So this whole time he had her for his political control and gain and an excuse, and everyone's playing along. Who do we see doing that today?
That's happening right now.
Exactly.
In real time.
This is not like history. This is how things happen with people like this in this power. They do the crime and act like they didn't do it and blame their victims.
Of course. Happening right now as we
Exactly.
speak.
It's so crazy the timing of this movie and what's going on, what's being said, by political leaders,
Yeah.
my government officials and all that. That was so
The only
profound.
difference here is that uh, the people are aware of it now. It's out in
Yes,
the
that is a
open.
difference because all this, no one knows. Only everyone in that room knew.
Right. It was concealed.
Mhm. That's why the tragedy of civilians being killed in Afghanistan and to like even in Vietnam, no one knew
Vietnam,
about it until way
Cambodia.
after.
Cambodia, yeah.
Cambodia, the list is huge. It's shamefully,
Yeah.
disgustingly huge.
Yeah. This is why I like this movie because this movie actually is everything we're learning now is basically what Zach was saying in this movie.
And he's portraying it from the people on the ground. That's another cool thing
Right.
about Star Wars, and even James Cameron's Avatar, is that we're seeing it from the people on the ground.
Right. What we call
Uh,
the indigenous people.
rebels. What's that?
The indigenous people.
Yes, the indigenous people, the rebels, were probably labeled by the Galactic Empire as terrorists.
Yep.
This is kind of cool of them being like, oh, family here, college homies. They're like, hey, we know what you were doing last night. Were you studying? See, beyond that mountain, all those hills, that's all digitally put in there.
So desert land
Yeah,
beyond the
yeah. So
hills.
like those mountains on the top left, that's not there, but the rest of the mountains going up, that's those hills north of Hollywood. Same with those trees. Those trees wouldn't really be there, or that mountain back there.
There's a mixture of live and
Yeah.
digital.
And same with that planet. So I like subtle CGI like that in the background. I'm pretty sure they built that set though.
Definitely.
And Snyder said that they actually planted all that stuff there too.
Yeah, the wheat.
Yeah, he had 4 hours of footage of harvesting. So if this was senseless violence, who would take time to take care of, like, capturing all this story of harvesting? Because that's physical too.
Yeah. It's a whole entire story with the wheat that he's telling, and it mirrors the story of this rebel moon. So if you pay attention to what's happening with the wheat, you actually could get the story.
Mm,
I think this actor who played Gunner, he's actually
mhm.
the guy that took care of the wheat and grew it, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
See how he's cutting
Mm,
a whole set of wheat with
the sickle.
the sickle. The birds are feeding off the wheat and they're flying away. See this thing about the land again?
Mhm. Now I've compared this story to Seven Samurai because I remember they were comparing like Snyder Cut to Seven Samurai, which you could probably do it, but this film feels more like Seven Samurai because in Seven Samurai it was seven known warriors throughout the land gathered to protect the village.
Right.
Was under threat of a military threat to take them out. So what they did is they worked with the villagers to teach how to defend themselves and create a system to protect the village where they all fought hand in hand together. And some of the seven fell, some of the villagers fell, but the whole thing was resisting a military force, which in 15th century around the Okinawa Islands in Japan, the villages were under attack every now and then by different parts of militaries and warlords in power at the time, up into the 19th century, even in World War II. American soldiers and Japanese soldiers who would go through, both of them guilty of raping and pillaging that area as well. So
Wow.
there's a long history in Okinawa for this. So when uh, Kurosawa made Seven Samurai, it was inspired by Western poetry of resistance, but also set it in that area that's known to have all that resistance. Even the martial arts form of karate, it was uh, enhanced by villagers learning to defend themselves from what they knew from Chinese kung fu. And
Oh.
that's why board breaking was a tradition in training in karate, because back then, a lot of the soldiers wore wooden armor. So to break a board would be to break the armor and get to the soldier. So the practice of board breaking came from the villagers training to defend themselves. That's why you have the bow staff and you have the nunchuck. Those are actually farming tools that they used to turn
Oh.
into weapons, because all they had was their farming tools. Nunchucks were used to hit bags of rice in different areas to get the rocks out of the rice so you could clear it out. And then they're
Mhm.
like, hey, we can use this against someone, multiple things like that.
Wow.
So this form of resistance is a very, very important, crucial thing, because people have to defend themselves.
Yes.
And it's legal to use violence to defend yourself if you are occupied.
Of course. Of course.
These people are on the verge of being occupied by the mother world.
But you notice what he said,
Mm.
their greatest weapon is their farming.
Bingo. Release the Admiral cut. See, the technician is just doing his job. See, I feel for this guy because, I'm a medical technician. And sometimes some orders are like, I'm like, oh, what about protocol? Ah, I've been there. But luckily, I haven't been fired. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? You can see this is a great design. You can see parts of the skin pulled up, and there's already a metal implant of a connector to his brain. And what is Mr. Elon Musk trying to put in people's brains?
He, he's doing a Neuralink right now. Actually, he has a Neuralink which can interface. People can interface with the internet directly from their minds. Neuralink.
And what can interface back? Internet back.
The machine.
Mm,
Whatever. It is on the
yeah.
internet. AI.
Yeah, I would like to just, maintain my independence and my link with God instead. Oh, look how there's a false halo around his head. See that? And he has that over his shoulder.
Yes, a halo. Wow,
Yeah,
he's a god. He's a
like a
god. That's
false
what it
god.
said. Well, that's crazy. Oh boy, they really talk. They really are looking at this grain. There's something significant that we're missing about the grain.
It's their livelihood. It's everything. But yeah, they're also gathering it.
Yeah, they actually showing you how they harvest it and they tied it together. Then they put it on the cart, and all the time the grain is floating in the air as well. Look at that. Look at that.
Mmm.
Look at that.
Good detail. I see. Oh, I saw one. Where?
Look, he's doing it again.
Yes. See
They're
more.
beating it now.
See, that's what the nunchucks would be doing. See, there you go. What was that? Nunchucks.
Yeah, it's a nunchuck.
See, they do the same thing. That's why the similarities of this to Seven Samurai is much more profound than that's
See, look at
much
this. They're
much more
showing that
profound.
they're showing that the grain is alive and it's life. They're doing it in front of like a sun. I don't know what kind of sun that is. It's a lot he's saying. He says so much stuff
Mm-hmm.
visually that. See, they're playing in the grain. The grain is the life. It's the life. I get it now. It's the life.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Ooh.
Oh wow. This guy's crazy, you know.
I love it.
I didn't see that. It's the energy, it's the life.
Mm-hmm. Just like the robots saw the fireflies all around them too.
Right. Enlightenment.
Mm.
Wow.
Sunset.
You know what would be there it is. There it is.
Mm.
The land is very fertile. Very fertile. The fireflies are moving like the wheat. Like how the wheat specks were moving. Look at there it is again.
I love how
Specks.
careful Snyder is with the lighting, all the silhouettes and blues. Sticking to a color source and enhancing with another one, but not just throwing a whole bunch of everything. That looked like a straight up lie. This is very interesting. These guys are taking a little battle of lies at each other, you know, and little digs at each other because they both know something the other doesn't know.
Dogs.
Mm, we've heard that before. And instead of saying for king and then his name, they're saying slain king. They're still highlighting a certain action, like a certain date and time that they still need to promote. Because slain king, what's that connected to? The propaganda of that story of that event that they need to sell to promote people's loyalty to.
That's right. An event
Hmm.
to give a cause.
Yes. Whether it's true or not, that event needs to be believed or used as a reason or excuse to do something, carry out forth action.
Yes.
People who don't really understand the stories and the truth of resistance would probably miss a whole lot. To me,
A
that's
lot
a
of people.
tragedy.
The
That's
sad
something.
thing is they don't realize uh, how these stories are true to reality. A lot of people love Star Wars because of the rebellion, but they don't realize rebellion involves, sacrifice and death, and it's ugly. It's not. It's not pretty. It's not
And
clean.
the full story.
Yeah.
Rarely we get to see it from the people who are being conquered, attacked, oppressed, occupied, slain. And this is a traditional part in the Seven Samurai tale where there's a bonding of history between each of the warriors that have
Yeah.
followed. Mm. See what's happening? Bam! Exactly what he said.
They were brought to do regime change. Yep.
There's always a similar display of people lined up like that, tied up, stripped from things of value.
See, there's the eyes again.
Yes. And we've seen pictures of that from Nazi Germany,
Yeah.
Vietnam, ISIS for people, and the illegal occupation of Palestine, what they've done to civilians that they label as Hamas. And after they do their picture and show who they need to show, they execute them. Could be medical staff, could be civilians, incidents, resistance.
Jeez.
I like how it was really hard for him to rip it off. Like he didn't break the shackles immediately. Otherwise, he could have done that anytime. But it was like he needed an emotional push to do that, and he couldn't before because he was already defeated. Harry's, what's up, man? Hopefully, I see you on Fortnite later. But yo, we're watching Rebel Moon on Netflix. If you want to join along, let me know. I'll show you where we're at. Ah, lurk mode. Oh yeah, never mind. That answers that question. I appreciate the love and support, bro. Everyone, if you haven't by now, check out Aries. He's been awesome to be on my channel for the watch party for Sky High and Soul Station. Great, does great video game content. Looks like like makes you hungry. What's up, brother? What's on the menu tonight? I also love Jaiman Hussein as an actor, man. Holy crap! I'm so glad he got to work with Zack Snyder, and Zack Snyder had him. He acts with his whole body, heart, and soul, all the way to his eyes. You know, such a great actor.
Yeah.
Hey, the replay value, brother. You could always watch it and queue it up. That's the cool thing about these. You can do it anytime. And she was just a regular soldier of the resistance, you know. And when her leader fell, she rose up to fill his place just by not giving up and being with the whole team, you know. And then
Yeah.
she's on this character journey, and she's growing. So it's cool that it's not just known warriors and established leaders. Anyone who steps up to the plate to, do what they can. Again, the occupation has done this, and we've seen it. So on one of my other podcast episodes, I had these two sisters who are actually cousins, but they're like sisters. They're telling what their Christian family were doing in northern Huzza, trying to survive and live. They were taken out by soldiers while walking around in their church by snipers. And
It's so
people would
much
like to
like
Huzza to go to another part, and someone were picked off, shot. Or they had this one where they dug like all these holes and they put people in, and they said, "Okay, everyone leave now." Or whatever. So they had people going different directions that weren't even your family that had to leave with you, and they kept some people behind and they killed them.
wow.
That same manner that we see there. The first story was theirs. The others were other ones that recorded.
Hmm.
Now, this resistance, what do you think the mother world calls the resistance and depicts them as? You know what I mean? We're seeing
Yeah,
it really happening on the ground, so we can understand that the resistance are heroes. But imagine if you lived on the mother world, they would have no idea what's going on here with all.
exactly.
And George Lucas highlights that again and again, and that's something that Disney Star Wars I don't think gets. They just kind of scoff at him. I remember he was bringing that up at a table with Kathleen Kennedy there, and she's like, it was just going over her head. She's like, huh. But he had all these depths because he had a
Yeah,
song were really the Rebel Alliance that he was telling in Star Wars. They do not. I love this actress. This is so cool. I've never seen her in a role like this. She's been in many South Korean films. She's a South Korean actress who's very well established, and I've seen her as a mother, a love interest, or a side character, or as a doctor. This is the first time I really got to see her as a warrior. It was such a treat. She's such a good
hmm. Where's she from? Korea?
South Korea, yes.
Makes sense. She could relate.
Mm-hmm. As many people don't know that in post of the Korean War, there
Yeah.
was an island that was right on the line of North Korea and South Korea, and America wanted everyone to leave. And everyone's like, "No, we're not going to leave. This is our home. Everyone's brothers and sisters. They're good." But just because the island was in the middle and they couldn't figure out to cut the island as north and south and all that, uh, America bombed and killed every single
Yep.
and left it a waste dead land, and no one's allowed to like be there as far as I've known up until now. Because it's on the line and because it's online, no one has to be there for accuracy of a map, so it's easier to control north and south. They just killed everybody, and there's been no apology. There's a lot of Koreans who are trying to protest and petition to get an apology from the government, some reparations or something. But it's just dead silence. Even the
Boy.
USS Liberty back in the 60s, when Israel targeted and killed a lot of soldiers on there and attacked them, the government is just acting like the USS Liberty and those soldiers, American soldiers, don't even exist. All
Yeah,
this stuff to protect some credibility and a map. It's crazy how violent people go just to make everything picture perfect towards whatever is legally by their definition as correct. So
I agree.
attacking the villages like this for whatever reason is mind
So
blowing.
you
It's mind
it
blowing to how many people don't know and people who know and don't care.
well, it's an empire.
Oh,
You
mm,
live you live in an empire. I live under the empire as well. We live in it. This is what Zach's saying, pretty
yeah,
much.
yeah. Now
You know?
this is very, very kind of Eastern, like in old Eastern mythologies and even comic books. You would see that a hero would find a weapon that requires some kind of commitment, either a blood oath or you have to remove your arm to get something else. That's something I've seen in the story of Storm Riders. So him using that with technology, this is someone who found what would be a mythical weapon if this is a period place. But this is science fiction. So this is like a science fiction telling of someone who found a magical, unique weapon to help her do what she needs to do.
Right. And
So
the
folklore is big here.
ancestors, the sort of the life of the ancestors kind of teaches her how to use the weapon as well.
Yeah, because that weapon has like history and
Yeah.
memory. Ethnically, I like this character because my father's white, my mother's Desi. So seeing as his parents were white and Desi casting wise, I was like,
Nice,
hey, this is gonna be a combo, Nigel Baker or whatever.
nice.
It is cute. Take wins where we can. And I like that they established that griffins or that griffin creature is part of their society, you know? That makes sense why he was so good in the first one to communicate and or team with or connect with them, you know?
Seems to be a sacred bird or a royal bird or something like
Mm,
that.
yeah. Or a member of the family even, you know?
Right.
And look, we see them all there defending the land too against the Mother World
Yeah.
ship. And it looks like very old England mixed with India because those
Yes.
two countries have a
You
lot of
get
history.
it now? Do you get it now? I'll tell
Yeah,
you. I'll tell you a little bit more. It is
go ahead.
the colonialization of India.
Oh,
It's a
like that world? I see.
yeah, yeah. He's saying a lot of things. You know, this is a
Like the history of
layered.
this planet was that.
This is a layered political movie making a very political statement, which Hollywood
Only on
doesn't
my
like.
channel you're gonna hear that. And yours.
It's extremely political.
Yes, but very, very subtle too, because a lot of people, especially geeks, I've noticed, uh, for multiple reasons. I'm not saying it's good or bad. Like to escape reality to go into a fantasy world, but I like that we can use fantasy as a safe way to show, okay, this is right and this is wrong, and this is a system, what's causing what's wrong, and this is what needs to be done to make it right. You know,
Yeah,
because you run away from stuff, but the problems don't go away. You can't run away from problems. So it's good that even there is a safe place, that there is these themes to remind you what's right. Maybe when you do go back to reality, maybe you could see things from a more honest, open-hearted, and open-minded perspective, and hopefully find the right answers or what to support to get do what's right and help what's right. You know,
exactly.
and
And
that was what was so powerful about Seven Samurai because no one was going to protect the people, not even the kings or and whoever's in control of the land. They had to protect themselves.
it's a age old tale. Who's going to protect the poor people?
Mm,
Who's going to protect the masses? Because if you can't protect the poor people, you can't protect the masses. And
true.
it's serious. It's a serious movie going on here. But I really enjoy what you're saying about uh, how people are moved from their land. You know,
Mm,
and it's so important to understand the difference between somebody who's gone into another land which is not theirs and people who are living in a land which is theirs, they claim as their own. It's a very serious theme in this story. I
mm-hmm.
noticed.
Because even Cora, she's not of this moon, but she was accepted because she showed up and they took her in, and then she came part of the society by, or the community, I should say, not society or family, because she was uh,
Adopted,
respecting their ways and living amongst them with love and appreciation, you know, rather than taking and abusing.
she's the contrast to the Imperium.
Hmm. I like that bonding moment. Perfect time to segue to more bonding moments. I like that show that she's doing her crocheting or seamstress. What is it? It's escaping me. She's doing this. The art was it doing the needle through the fabric to make pictures? I forget what that's called. It's not crocheting. Someone who's watching this, if it doesn't come to me, please let me know in the live chat or the comments. It's like some tapestry art. Or is no, it's not. Crocheting is like this.
That's not crocheting. That's what do you call it? Knitting,
Ah,
knitting, something
yes,
like
yes,
that.
yes.
It's
Thank
not
you.
quilt. It's not quilting. It's knitting or something like that.
Mm.
Crochet is where you actually using
Yeah, where
something
you
else,
do
a
winding of
yarn.
the.
Yeah, yarn. Yeah.
So I imagine she had green screen gloves the whole time on set. To get that. That's cool because in her backstory, she lost a son. So to connect with a kid like to fill that void is nice.
See, they're doing a lot of things to the grain. Now it's like grain.
And this is another phase of the grain being turned into what they need to get started. What's happening with the community?
That's like the centerpiece of the story is the
Mm.
grain, which I really enjoy.
And the music is beautiful.
Yes.
Oh, see, I haven't seen this in a while because I like if I know I'm going to do a stream, I kind of want to not watch it, or maybe I do need to watch it for notes. But for this, I feel like I want to experience this again for the first
At least you found love,
time.
finally.
Yeah, I really feel that they're a happy couple. You know, and I like how you can see the reoccurring background cast members too. Like
Yeah.
the lady with the silver hair is the one that Tarek was dancing with. You see her there. You see, oh, so many characters. Even the background characters get a lot of love. I like that rack focus. You get the blur in the background focusing on her, then going back again. I'm a fan of those things like
All kind of unique instruments. See that thing's played
that.
like a
Yeah,
piano.
that was interesting because it's like a string instrument, but he's also playing it like an accordion or something.
Yeah.
It looks very European how they're dancing.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of bachata. I'm like, get close to it. She was at the one of the screenings for the director's cut, actually. I'm glad that this moment is in this story.
Yeah.
And this is good. This is good storytelling of each character.
Uh,
Their little tapestries of that's good because he's also showing it for the audience that we get to see it. because he's a known warrior, kind of, because he's a hunter of the town.
Right,
He
he's a
always
hunter.
they celebrate when he gets a kill, you know? So you gotta give him love because he's the MVP. He didn't leave when other people left, you know? Some left.
Yeah.
Source of life and calling her mother. They recognize that they don't know her backstory, the villagers, but they can see that she is a mother of life. So for her to know that they don't know her backstory, but see her as a mother, that's huge for her. She lost her son.
And the storm is what causes the rain, which causes the grain to grow.
Ah, yes. Nice. And this is good because these are all tapestries of what they mean to Korra. He gets the heart because that's the man she loves.
Protector.
Hmm. And the wolf is the theme of this story of the Guardian too. Because Zack Snyder did get involved with a wolf preservation charity while making
Yes,
this film,
he did.
as he did with making BBS. Uh, there was a charity that he got involved with, which is Save the Bats. Everyone
Oh,
made
I didn't
these
know
little,
that.
yeah, made all these bat homes like a bird house made out of wood that was taken from the deconstruction of the sets they built for BBS. So the
Okay.
idea was because the loss of bats would stop what the animals and the rodents that they hunt, you know? Kind of like, you need to keep the cats. It's for the ecosystem in certain areas. So they made houses to keep the bats from broken pieces of the set of BDS instead of just trashing it. And then they helped that organization save the bats. I believe it was called, look it up so you can know more information than the ones I'm trying to remember.
Wow.
Because Zack Snyder is a very giving guy, you know?
Yeah, he's got a big heart. Big heart.
Yeah.
Very nice guy.
Or he's not perfect and he's just trying to do the best he can where he can, you know? Like, I think everyone should be doing it. Most of
Yeah.
us try. Yeah. I like how there's no beef with her and her past lover. They're like, yeah, I was just waiting. I'm just glad you're happy. We gotta live through this thing.
Right, because
As a
it's
hunter's fine. He's like with two women dancing. He's fine. Hey, you feel it? You guys sing? Go for it. I was visiting my grandmother's home back in Sri Lanka. When she was alive, we were all just having a good time, hanging out, laughing, and whatever. And then out of nowhere, she started reciting a poetry that she still remembered from her school days. And then as she was talking and reciting it, and as everyone was slowly catching on, oh, she's saying something. Everyone slowly quieted and just listened to her. And when she was done with her poetry, she did a little smile and everyone clapped. It just came out of nowhere, but whatever she was observing of us being all together, being happy, I guess the family together, just compelled her to perform something that was dear to her. So
wow.
when I see moments like this in films, which is not often, I find it's really beautiful and it makes me think of my grandmother.
Wow.
Yeah. And I'm glad it's reaching this character too while he's going through this growth.
This is why I like the director's cuts because it breathes.
Yeah,
You allow the
good
film to
word,
breathe.
breathes. Like characters have more time to breathe. I feel like there's no
Yeah.
rush, you know? Even them, they get breathing room, you know, to enjoy the peace that they have before the storm.
Yeah.
Ah, this is great. I'm loving this movie more. Thank you for being here. You just enhancing it, man.
Yeah.
Ah, ah, another nod to a wolf. See,
Yeah.
this is a story of their wolf pack. Seven wolves.
Remember, he had to kill his father in the beginning.
That was horrible. That's
Yeah. So when
that's
he's
some
going,
occupation, horrible stuff.
you remember he rebelled, right? He's one of the IDF that rebelled, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know the IDF soldiers that left the IDF and they just could pursue peace
Mm-hmm. There's
in the
even
West
some
Bank.
soldiers who were in Afghanistan who were at some pro-Palestine rallies, and
That's
they
right.
were burning their suits, saying, "This is wrong. We saw what really happened, and we see what's happening again, and no one's stopping it."
Yeah. So he just went. Oh! It's the first time he actually is getting to live for a second.
He's free now.
Uh, yeah, he's free.
My brother Julian Delgado, what's up, hermano? I'm so glad you're here. Yeah, we're watching on Netflix. I'll show you exactly where we're at, okay? So you could see where we're at. No audio because I'm not getting in trouble. So this is where we're at right here. So sync up. If you need another visual, let me know. I'll hook you up. That's a beautiful shot.
Yeah.
That's nice.
What's so cool is she's inviting him to stay because remember he doesn't live there,
Yeah, he doesn't have a home.
and he's like an IDF soldier, you know, and she's inviting this soldier. You get what I'm saying?
Well, he's not
So
anymore. And he was also
you know,
taken from him. In effect, you know
well,
how
some
there's so many mercenaries and people from other countries who go to join the IDF? Well,
well, you
same
were
as
just
one of
saying
those, except he didn't volunteer. He was taken.
right, and what I'm saying is, remember when you were talking about a soldier taking somebody under their wing and
Oh, yeah,
raising them?
or taking them.
Yeah,
I see what you mean. He's old enough to remember and then still resent it, you know?
oh yeah,
Oh, thanks, brother. Glad you're here, Julian. So this is the part in Seven Samurai where they train the
right.
villagers to protect themselves after they strengthen their forces. I mean, strengthen their what is it? Their defenses, I should say. And
Yeah,
same thing in Magnificent Seven, which is a retelling of Seven Samurai. The townsfolk they teach them how to shoot and how to use guns. Antoine's seven. Magnificent Seven with um Denzel Washington. That was a good one. I like that. I like that director too.
Or the modern one?
Yeah, 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 it wasn't bad. It was good. It was did justice. There you go. There's the turning farming tools into weapons as karate did.
It's also strangely biblical as well.
Mm,
To take your plows and sheds, plows and convert them into weapons. That's really a
mhm.
scriptural thing. Wow. I love this.
Mhm.
This is so funny. Mm.
And I like that they established the story of the ship here, that it needs to be fixed too, and that it's been there for a while, you know? It
Right.
wasn't just last minute
You saw that
thrown
in
in.
part one.
Mhm. So it's really good that, this is the part where, Jimmy intercepts this message. So these guys who've been knowing exactly what the villagers are doing will not know about the ship, which makes it easier for the ship to sneak in on board later.
Right, because well, JC, whatever number he is, will kill them.
Mhm.
Hawkshaws, that's what they are.
Mm. Ooh, that shows how powerful he is. This is pretty much like a
Yeah.
mace that breaks through things.
Well, he used to protect the king.
Mhm. Which is great that we got to see more of that in the director's cut.
Reminds me of Man of Steel right here.
Yeah, with the music, with the drum.
Yeah.
It's a good place to hide it too,
Yeah, like
because
Batman.
because they're gonna scan the land and look at the layout of the land when they approach.
Right.
During the fighting, they probably wouldn't scan any more of the place. And did you see the monitor? The monitor was very Star Wars, like 1977, with the simplicity of the lines on the screen. If you didn't, check it
Yeah.
out next time. Oh, you can see it there a little bit.
Star Wars influence.
Also, this is a script that Disney didn't like. I could still
Yeah.
see that Disney took ideas from ZAck, even though they didn't want him. Like when you see Rogue One, you see the robot who fights with the Resistance and discovers his
Right.
humanity. That's very taken from Jimmy. Korra's persona, you can see that with Rey. Even in the Last Jedi, when they were fighting on the ship, it wasn't really that exciting because they took that basic idea, but that was the finale of this one.
Right.
So, uh, when it comes to art, ideas are that's valuable. That's gold. Some people will steal it. Some corporations will steal it. He's in turmoil.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He represents the wisdom of technology, the good that technology can do.
What's so
I don't know
crazy
if
about
you remember
you know
or
what's so
no.
crazy about that?
What's that?
They always say, "Who paid you? Who paid you to do this or to do that? Who paid you?" They
Mhm.
don't understand the concept of defending something you love. They don't
Yeah.
understand that.
Mhm. Yeah, about like a month ago, I was reading another article that AI did like a scanner study of what's going on in occupied Palestine. And people were angry
Yeah,
that the AI said that the solution is freedom and equal rights for the Palestinian people.
exactly.
Uh, when I hear stuff like that, that gives me hope.
Yeah,
Jimmy gives me hope.
definitely.
He took a breath.
He
Zack
sighed.
Snyder is really good with people taking breaths in his films. Even transitions when there's nothing there, you hear an echo of a breath. And he's very about breathing room, these moments, you know?
Yeah. Using the technology from the empire that was left there.
Uh-huh.
You see the parallel?
Yep, yep. So, so these are the tunnel systems, and I know I mentioned Occupy Palestine, but let's go back to Vietnam. The tunnel systems is something that people and locals of land built. When soldiers were looking for Viet Cong or the resistance,
Right.
groups, right? They found tunnel systems that were where their bases were. Because you can't see them.
Wow.
And some of the tunnel systems were fake. Some of them were meant as traps. So some tunnel systems soldiers would get into, and then they'd find themselves being cut with blades. Another tunnel system in Vietnam had a bunch of poisonous snakes at the bottom too. And then even the enemies would build tunnel systems under where soldiers would sleep, and underneath they would go up and kill them in the night or
spikes. Yeah, booby trap them.
Yes. So the tunnel systems, that's what they make. So in Huzza, now we're going back to occupied Palestine, there has been a tunnel system built by the occupation, but also ignored. So they already have that tunnel system mapped out. Now those tunnel systems are the ones where civilians used to sneak into Israel to take food like KFC or anything to bring into Huzza. So the resistance does not use those tunnels. In fact, when they were bombing Huzza, the civilians were hiding in the tunnels to avoid the bombs and stuff. So when they flushed those tunnel systems with water and found people, they were not the resistance. They weren't the Hamas or whatever, but they commercialized them as Hamas and did propaganda videos where they took off their clothes and then gave them their weapons to say, okay, put that weapon in the pile and have your hands up. After you capture people who are terrorists, why would you have them unclothed, then give them guns to release? That stuff doesn't make sense. It was all part of their propaganda. And then they killed those civilians anyways. But the tunnel systems they're having a hard time finding are the ones that Hamas and the resistance, because there's multiple resistances in Huzza, had dug under for combat to get around tanks, get around soldiers and shoot, and to have their actual bases and such. So those are the ones that they don't have mapped out. Those are the ones that technically in reality that they're freaking out about. But the tunnel system that was already built there, no one is using because that's already mapped out. So we see here in Rebel Moon how a tunnel system is being used as it is being used by the resistance in Palestine, and how it has been used in Vietnam and other places before as a form of defense. This is a perfect, accurate display of it. And I was watching when I was in the theater with my boy Julian. We were watching it. Every now and then we look back and go, "Oh my gosh, idea! Oh my gosh, this is what's going on."
That's why I like Rebel Moon for that. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a sucker for stories of resistance. Wow, look at all those ships.
My goodness. Here they come.
Again, that Mansfield drums.
You know, that reminds me of chemtrails.
What?
Chemtrails.
Oh, yeah.
Heavy metals
Mm-hmm.
in the smoke.
And this is crazy because I've seen footage from Occupied Palestine where a resistance fighter is on top of I saved it too. Is on top of a building shooting at IDF who are shooting at civilians. And this guy gets shot. And as he falls, a civilian gets up to take the gun from him. And the guy who got shot, it was like a mortal wound. It's like in his arm or whatever. The civilians are shooting back, and then the civilian gets shot and falls down and dies immediately. The soldier gets back up and then picks up the gun and continues shooting. Like, that's real life. And then we're going to see that in this film, in the battle sequences.
Right.
Like,
even though they do try to bomb, them from the spaceship. I think they were going to bomb them and destroy everything.
But they didn't want to bomb them because they would destroy all the wheat that they need. You know?
Right. But then you remember
Yeah,
they changed their mind about the
yeah,
wheat.
that's another reason why they can't really drop crazy bombs on Huzza, because under Huzza is precious gas that they need.
Right, the
And
natural gas and the
they don't want to
oil.
destroy what they need to reap from the land. Just like here, they don't want to bomb what they need.
Right. Wow.
So they need to
This is
violently, quickly kill the people that they don't need to get what they need from the land first. That's why in the end, the game changes and turns, because when he gets her, he's like, "Whoa, she's a bigger prize than the wheat. We'll just get
right,
her. Now you could bomb it." And this is why Gunner is smart. He knows if she gives herself up, she's a big prize because he knows her story now. If
right,
if she surrenders and they take her, they have no reason to have the land. They could just destroy it right now and then
right.
hyperdrive back to the mother world and get the reward. So Gunner is the wisest man in this situation. And I like his outfit. He totally looks like Han Solo.
That's the point. It probably
Yeah.
was Han Solo's role.
Uh-huh. She's like Leia and Luke in one person, if we're going to assume
Yeah.
that. And we found out that him having sex with like little strange animals in his room, he's into weird stuff.
Oh yeah, he's
Yeah. Most villains are into weird stuff, you know? He's very Diddy in that regard.
he's evil. He really
Yeah.
is.
See, he's offended by that. He needs to take stuff.
Embarrassment, in other words.
Yeah, embarrassment, they can't have it. They have to win by their terms. They have to define what goes on.
That's what October 7th was, an embarrassment to them.
Yep, I have many podcasts about that. Forced tragedy with extra propaganda added onto a tragedy, and tragedy that was encouraged, and also they killed their own people for stuff. It's like a lot.
Yeah, it was very embarrassing.
And a lot of the hostages, some are saying that the captors were protecting them, and
Yeah,
people talking on behalf of them, changing their story. Like the recent one with the family, with the mother and the two daughters. The husband is trying to sue the government or take it to his friends that they are changing what happened to him. He's enraged that his government killed his wife and kids. And then
yeah.
another, like, the woman who was
He
freed.
still wants back the bodies. He still hasn't gotten back the bodies.
Yeah, she's she had angry words about the government. She took it to court of them falsifying her capture to add to more of their propaganda. And it was like, wow. And then you see the freed hostages in the protest in Jerusalem. No, no, in Tel Aviv. Sorry.
Tel Aviv, yeah. She got
The
kicked in her belly. The
Yeah,
girl got away. The
then you
daughter,
have all
they abused
these
them.
freed hostages in the protest to end the genocide. What does
Yeah,
that tell you?
yeah,
You know, in Tel Aviv. This is crazy.
yeah, yeah. I have friends in Israel who don't like what's going on at all, but
Mhm.
they're not
Many.
they're not getting press, international press, so you wouldn't know what's going on there. But it's
Mhm.
crazy in there right now.
Yeah, so imagine what the mother world does with the press or what's going on in Veld if they know what's even going on in Veld. But they know the propaganda about her, and he wants to cash in on that propaganda to have for the same reason. So she's giving in. She can't.
You
Stay to
outsmarter.
her gun. Yes, he's the hero.
Wow.
Again, there you go. Resistance fighters and then destroying their
Ah, they
BS
destroyed
nudity
that. The
worship.
myth. The myth has been destroyed.
Uh-huh. Now they got to run to go to the other end to shoot from the other side.
So that whole, like, the October 7th is being destroyed right now. It's being exposed. And the myth of Isa and the fallen king is being, it figuratively was destroyed there when you saw the explosion. That's
Mm.
what he froze it for. Powerful, powerful, powerful words. We won't let you sacrifice yourself to a lie. I
Hmm.
love it.
Yeah. Oh,
I agree.
so many sacrifices have been done over lives, especially for war.
Oh man, so much lies, and they try to cover it up. So many lies.
I didn't like the CGI for that knife in the back. It was a little too bright. So it looks like the weapons are like not just a laser but plastic. It would explode on him. This is very brutal. Nice throw, buddy.
That was a great throw.
I like that it exploded from the back. And it worked its way to the front. Sometimes in action movies, explosions are so nonsensical. Like they shoot at the bullets into the gas pump and then the engine in front explodes. Like that.
Oh man, this is gonna be sick.
I love this character.
Had to slow it down.
Let's get it, girl. Yeah,
Gotta slow
baby.
that down, baby.
Let's go down.
She goes, sweep kicks him.
Uh-huh. Now she has to be careful because she's against multiple characters. I mean, multiple combatants. And that general guy with the blue sword, he's good. Like, he's with the blade, so he's not a dummy warrior. He's skilled as well. Damn.
Jeez.
There you go,
Whoa.
sister. Oh.
Whoa.
That guy should have shot early. But then again, this is their first time in battle. Damn.
Whoa.
I was rooting for this guy. You know what I mean? All right, one of my buddies didn't like the choreography here at some point. I'm gonna pay more attention to this. Oh dang! Wish you saw that guy ahead. This infiltration of
The
their
ship feels military.
oh dang! Oh, oh,
Man.
I think they got lucky because
You're going up at the same time the other
yeah, because
they're
they I
going.
don't think that they're monitoring them because they didn't expect such a resistance from the villagers. All their attention would not be seeing all this stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Little Tie Fighter sound. You know?
Yeah.
I like how she's scouting with her eyes, knowing where things are, because she's familiar with their tactics and their schematics of their ships.
Right.
This is kind of cool because this is kind of what they do in film.
That's
That's
kind
funny
of
thing
funny,
to
yeah.
hit on. Kind of. It's usually a makeup artist being very careful with the sponge and drop art.
They're actually doing it themselves though, this
Yeah,
time.
yeah. I like
Just
that.
kind of interesting.
I like showing going through that little force field, like a little bit, of it, and even though you don't see it. In Star Wars, they never really show you that, but they hint that there's a force field there with
Right.
lights. You know, Because how would you have
separate.
an open space? There'd be a
Yeah,
background, no one would be there.
yeah, exactly.
I
The
like that
outer
Snyder.
atmosphere to the inter.
Yeah, Snyder went above and beyond than more than Star Wars did with that kind of type of technology and selling it to the audience, I should say. Here we go, people.
They had murdered Sindri.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there you go. Right, right to live. Oh, now she's at half power. Come on, get up, brother. Don't let them do that to your future wife.
Whoa!
There you go.
Oh, he's gone berserker. Like
Because
when he was
remember,
killing his
he was
father.
taught to kill that way by Atticus. He keeps stabbing. But this time he did it to save someone he loves, where he had to forcefully do it numerous times to do it on someone he loved. And then she brought him back. That was huge. Dang. Oh, dang. Oh, it's 2-on-1. There's his other right hand with the sword. In the beginning of Rebel Moon in part 1, when he went to the village leader, he had one of his sworded men and the other
This is so
sworded man.
funny.
Now one is on the ground and one is in the sky with him. What was so funny?
You'll see. It's very funny when they start to pat him down, pat him down. The
Oh.
doctors. Look what you.
To them, he's their work. He's like, "Are you okay? Just don't fire us like the other guy."
So silly.
Wait, I got
Different accents of different people as well. He had like South African. Excalibur.
Dang it, I was on mute. So, I'm wondering if him, because the hands remember everything from the users, right? So what if in the future he takes up the mantle of those hands and weapons, and it's easier to bond with him because the hand's already familiar with having love for him because of her admiration for him, you know?
Right.
This could be a future character in the stories.
More than likely.
Mm. Something she could say to someone like she could have said to her son.
Mm-hmm. Aris.
The three that defended all those people are right in front. The other three fell. So only
Yeah.
3 civilians in this scenario died, and 1 warrior.
They're getting up like zombies.
I
So
know, like
funny.
more monsters or something. He's yelling like a werewolf.
Yeah. It's
They're all beasts of war. Oh my lord! Hey, that's a nice shot right there. So this is more of the montage we saw of her when she was in battle.
Notice that the
Oh
music
dang!
that's playing in the background is the same song, "Far From
Yeah.
Home," my heart, my own.
Yes.
So there's a
It's
battle
very sad.
for again your home, and this is what it costs to fight for your home.
Mhm. Again, the tones are saying this is not a beautiful thing. This is like a necessary.
I always feel for the I always feel for the families of the soldiers who die in war. I don't care
Yeah.
which side they are on,
No, it's true.
because it's really traumatic.
In ways, the soldiers have it worsened because many of them may not know that they're doing this over a lie and what's wrong, you know?
Right.
They're the
And
ones
then
who bought into the lie and think that they're doing the right thing, but they're actually not.
and usually like if they come home injured or whatever, people don't, it's hard to adjust to society, one, and two, nobody actually cares for the vets. Nobody thinks about them. They just kind of think about them in a sort of figurative way, but they don't really care about them
Mm.
and the individual lives they have to carry on. And a lot of these vets really see some really horrific things, you know?
Yes. Snyder is very consistent with the glow of all these lights and lasers going left and right. You know, he doesn't just throw it around randomly. He has like a system. It's kind of like a Star Wars thing on the reverse. Usually they take the garb of the soldiers to get out of the Death Star, and now they're wearing it to get into it. Oh,
I mean, it blows off the entire face of the guy. Whoa!
now that you see how the blast, the plasma, or
Oh my
blast
goodness.
hit targets, you understand why it's so gory. Because
Like
the effect.
it burns everything that it blasts.
See, it's very key because none of these characters know if that's the last time they're going to see each other.
Yeah. But you could see why she bonded with him so tightly because they needed her to be totally emotionally invested in him so that when he dies now,
Yeah, I think that's
you'd
the
feel the
moment that
impact
they
of it and
dread.
she'd feel the impact of it as well.
That's the moment that he dreaded in the end of the first one, when he had the needle gun to the back of her head.
They're marching like stormtroopers, aren't they?
Yeah, or like
Cut,
any other
cut,
soldier.
cut. That's hilarious.
Mr. Planet Velt says Rebel Moon 3 incoming. Welcome. Do you need to know where we are in the film? Let me know and I'll show you. Thank you for swinging by. I like your screen name. We got a local of Planet Velt here.
Nice.
I want Rebel Moon 3 and 4. I want those shot back to back.
Oh yeah. But I don't want the studio cuts. I want director's
Yeah, yeah,
cuts.
go straight to director's cuts. No more of that. I think releasing them months so far away from each other was a bad.
Exactly.
I don't see any profit in that. So I want sequels of the director's cuts. There's just so much more story here. You know?
Yeah, I think it's better.
I feel it's complete. Full deal.
She has to kill the god.
This other being, yeah.
That's why she's kind of paused.
Yeah, because she knows. Again, another being enslaved to fuel a war machine.
Yeah.
That old man was also the guy in a Snyder cut in the village town that was getting all the fish from up in there. Bruce Wayne.
This is straight up Star Wars right here.
Yeah.
Stormtroopers, something. That's straight up Star Wars right there.
Was it the droid army? Clone troopers? Spicy.
Oh man. Ooh, look, the blood splattered on the screen. That was so cool.
Yeah. It's like we were there.
Yeah.
I don't mind those things. I think it's a neat touch.
Wow, she's really putting a lot of explosives.
Mhm.
Ah, she's awakened.
It's like she took out Princess Issa, got forgiveness. And this being is also going to give her forgiveness for taking her out. For different reasons.
Yeah.
She's taking this one while she took out Princess Issa.
She's seeing a vision right now.
And this vision happened after the tears. The tears, I think, give people visions.
Yeah.
Because this story is called the Curse of Forgiveness. Issa forgives.
Yeah.
This being forgives her. Ah, see, there we go. I too forgive you.
Hmm.
Because the real people who's killing her is the mothers, you know? And it's the mother world. This cruel system feeding off life forms to get energy, get their military stronger, get their means of transportation.
Yeah. But that's not what they were, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They just imprisoned, they captured them and imprisoned them to do that, but they have they're energy beings. They're energy beings. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. Ooh, into the fire. Oh,
Oh man. Yeah. Athiles.
that's like her false name. Cora is the real one.
That's not her real name. That's the name that
They gave her
yeah.
the the false name, the propaganda. Dang, he's like can't see. So
That's the
again,
same thing. That's the
when we're
same thing as
talking about
protocol.
you know, the beginning of the genocide of Gaza, the Hannibal Directive.
Hannibal director. There you
These
go.
people don't care about the livelihood of their soldiers or their people, just their means to the end of their goals.
Yep.
Goals. I mean, men. means just wait. What?
This is like them bombing Gaza right now,
Yes, pretty much. Yeah,
and there's hostages down there.
the ends don't justify the means, but to them, the means justify the ends of what
Yeah,
they need to get to with their goals.
very evil, if you ask me.
Yes, and that is what we're seeing today. Being denied by governments in power. People who have power to stop this will not. I can see why a lot of the themes here fall deaf on people who are not aware of what's going on with such circumstances like these, you know? Because the more I watch it and the more I see what's going on with illegal occupations and even what's going on in Sudan and Congo, it's like this is some serious themes, bro.
Exactly.
You just kind of made up something of it.
Yes, sir.
Like, dang, no one cares what's going on. That was good acting because yes, getting your toe stabbed again, man, that's the worst. Oh,
Man, she is just
wow, that's deep. This is my tactic in Fortnite. I run at the people head on. My friends shoot for me. Oh, you ooh,
he chopped off the man's leg. Damn.
and got him on the way down.
This is more like a Tarantino movie with all that blood.
Oh, well, Tarantino gets that from the Japanese. The Japanese are the ones who introduced blood splattering because of the arteries and stuff. And it's kind of over the top. Kurosawa was the one who did it.
I recently watched Django again. Tarantino's Django.
Oh, that's my
Lots of
favorite
blood.
one of his, actually.
It's plenty
I
blood.
like Django. I'm 50-50 with Tarantino.
Yeah, I like Kill
He
Bill.
unfortunately supports illegal occupation.
Oh, he opposes the occupation or he's for it?
He supports.
Oh, he really does?
Yeah,
Wow, that's terrible.
yeah. It's disappointing when you find out who's unaware or aware and heartless. You know?
It's like the Ross guy. I can't believe he. Oh well.
Whoa, what happened? Oh, he landed. He made his choice. They needed a game changer. I just wish he came to a choice sooner. I thought he would have made the choice when he killed the orcs. I kind of want to ask Zack Snyder a little questions about Jimmy's true choice when it was made and such. I need to watch a little bit more. But he did tell Corey he's still struggling after he killed the orcs to help him out. So that makes sense that he didn't make his choice yet. Because he's essentially like the Superman, because he's invincible to their bullets. Or quote bullets. And then with the cape and everything, the strength.
I like the cape.
Yeah, I do too, because he is the Superman character. Like, power-wise.
Whoa.
Being alien, but with a heart. Humans. Oh, destroy that death.
Good. Good. Oh man, that's superhero landing.
Yep.
That is just epic.
Well, this time we got it from. Usually, the superhero landing is shot from the front. We got
Right.
from, his back. Super Sentai nod. Now, this was an interesting story element that did not exist in the theatrical. And this is very, very huge. This is a whole different story of how they saved the village from being bombed. This Gunnery Commander actor, he was sitting in front of me during the director's cut screening next to the awesome
Really?
Joshua Herrera. Josh Herrera, shout out to you, brother, wherever you are. If you watch this later in the future or something, yeah. And he followed me on X, Twitter. I
Oh,
was like, hey,
nice.
follow him back. What a guy. He really, really
Nice.
loved working for ZAck Snyder, and he did a good job. This guy right here.
Definitely convinced me. Just that simple little role right there. It was huge.
Yeah, all these roles are important. And with the director like Zack Snyder, he lets everyone shine, even the background actors. I appreciate it. There's operatic Star Wars like music or something happening. What?
Man.
Dang. Oh,
Whoa.
what a way to go.
Oh wow.
And it's good that he fell back. Those guys were too loyal. They were perfect for the gunship. Like, pull the trigger even if we die. Dang.
We have
Everyone has
families.
a family, and you're still doing this.
We have
Not a reason.
families. That was in Zack Snyder's Justice League as well.
Which part?
But Steppenwolf at the time he said, "But you have weakness."
Oh, I have to watch it again.
You really turned that thing up.
Be careful it's not from Justice League, because I'm trying to erase Justice League from my mind. Oh,
She
dang.
turned it up full power, you know.
Yeah.
when he blasts that main area, there's totally gonna be destroyed.
I like this for taking out the ship big time, because an explosion in a little cargo bay or something, I don't know what to do.
Oh, so this was called the Sword of the King.
Yeah, they don't know how to react. This is definitely against protocol.
Because they have no idea that she's doing that. He
Mm-hmm.
realizes it. He now realizes it.
Yep. And some of these people are diehard loyal because you know how ruthless their ways are. You know, because even the occupation soldiers, you know, they I don't know if you noticed, but they they're trained to raise a kitten, and as a proof of loyalty to their military, they have to kill the kitten by twisting its neck or killing it in some other way.
Yep.
You raise a life like a kitten, and then you
So
kill
they,
it.
they can't
You,
afford to have any attachment is not enough to make them carry out their orders.
yeah, that's why you see viral videos of IDF soldiers killing kittens or throwing them out, or even other people's animals and whatever, because they're trained to do that.
Yeah.
So then you see certain people. I don't know how many of them do that though. I want to from the articles and what I've seen and the testimonies and the viral videos that they make. Some do. So you can see why certain soldiers of the mother world are very okay and normal with brutalization of people. So you can only imagine what they do, especially the admiral here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know what's amazing? The people who speak immaculate English are the bad guys. You notice that?
I am now.
The
And then
other
everyone
people are talking some kind of version of English.
else or Western. Oh yeah. They all went back like bowling pins. Remember this in the teaser trailer.
To me, she's actually doing a version of what do you call that?
Ooh,
Gun
look at
fu.
you
It
right
kind
there.
of looks like gun fu, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like in
Like,
Equilibrium, right?
yeah, from John Wick.
Oh yeah, they use that too. I think.
Yeah,
Have you seen the movie Equilibrium?
yeah. Equilibrium also did gun fu. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the one that really did the. Ew, they got rats all over the place.
Look at the ant. What are those rats?
It looks like a rat creature, like a rat mixed with like
Rat like.
possum.
What are rats doing inside of the? Anyway,
I
that's
don't
it.
know. They're chewing the things. It shows you how dirty. It is. Well, look at it. They're fueling the place with human carcasses. You know, doing the energy of the beam. So you can tell some areas of ship are definitely not sanitary or up to code.
Then all the dead bodies down below and bones
Yeah,
and stuff. Yeah.
a lot of stuff for rodents have a all of a time.
He's got scorn like Zod.
I
Where did you learn that? On a farm?
know, right? Soldiers can't appreciate farmers for some reason. The military hates the working class. On a farm? Oh yeah. Now I remember. That's when it gets it out of orbit or out of control. That's right. That's happening with the But they in the theatrical they use that explosion as a reason why they missed to shoot the village.
Wow. Whoa. Oh wow.
Oh, now this is an interesting usage. Remember Star Wars: Revenge of the Sith? When the ship was going out and Anakin was carrying Obi-Wan trying to get out with Senator Palpatine. They had a similar kind of thing, but this time it's here. It's a battle sequence. Fight sequence. This must have been so much fun to shoot. Oh my gosh! Wow. Yeah. Drop kick, baby. Dang. All that clunking and sound. Oof. So much weight. Snyder's sound design in his movies are awesome. Along with his Ooh. That was a little foreshadowing of the end of this fight right here.
Wow.
As she went for his face. Oh,
Whoa.
oh, dang.
Ships doing evasive maneuvers and getting out of there.
Uh-huh. No, no, get under the hands. Under the hands. Never hold the wrist. Pinky fingers. Come on, break out of it. That's under the wrist. Oh, get out of that. It's so infuriating. Oh, oh, there we go. Gunner has been shot, so it's taking a while for him to get there. You gotta give him some leeway there. Yes, close the doors. I love this part. Oh, yeah.
Damn.
Oh, you're recovering from that. A fellow fan of this and friend was talking to me. So he could come back from that. The argument is that they got around the space and the brain was so intact. It's like, I don't know if they go that.
Was that the same ship they came in? Or that's some other ship?
Which one? Oh, some ships escaped.
Probably some other ship, right?
Yeah, yeah. Some ships got out of there. I don't think there's another flagship.
It can't be the same ship.
No, it can't. One thing I don't see much of in Snyder's films is piloting. Like, you don't see a lot of car driving other than BDS, with Batfleck and Snyder Cut. And we don't get much dog fighting, but this film came pretty close to getting a bit because we do see a lot of hand-to-hand combat and firepower.
Yeah. To me, the ship coming out of the crashing thing is like Zod
Mhm.
and Superman coming out of the crashing building.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like what do you call it? But Superman has
Whoa.
some protection because he's got invincibility. Oh, good thing they weren't using their powers. Oh, God. Ooh, wait.
What a violent landing.
Yeah, that was. He shot in the gut, internal bleeding and everything. Oh, that's a nasty shot. He's all over the place.
Yeah, he really got hit hard.
They do show you how bad blasts and injuries are in this compared to others that are like flesh wounds or whatever. Looks like he's not torn.
You see, she says, "Why can't I have this one thing?" She had a lover before and he died, and now it
Uh-huh.
looks like he's gonna die. So she's like, "What is going on?"
Again, more to like a curse of some
That's the curse of forgiveness, I guess. She
part
was
of it.
forgiven, but the very thing she loved had to die.
So it's kind of like those innocent ones that forgave her. She
Yeah,
still got cursed
she
because
still had
then
to.
she's having
The
a hard time
darkness still
letting go.
for the darkness to give up something. You remember in uh Zack Snyder's Justice League,
Mhm.
it says to give up something from the darkness, you have to get one in return.
Mhm.
So it's like, all right, you were forgiven, but now you still have to
It was
pay.
hard. No, no, you're right. You're right. It's like dark and light trade off.
Yeah.
Wow, that looks so good.
Look, it's happening, my friend.
Got my dog fighting.
Yeah. Star Wars style.
Yeah. Resistance showed up.
This time they can rejoice. The first time it was too
Yeah,
premature.
yeah. First time it was not for real. This is like they're confident now. There's another big death ships are going down. Oh no, the alien homie.
Kamikaze style.
Yeah, he aimed his landing into those guys.
Yeah.
Because that resistance team is used to making such calls. That's why Ludax made his one.
Yeah, Devra Blood Axe. They did it.
They did. And they're good because it seems like the flagship is the only one that made deals with them. So the mother world may or may not know of their location or enough to
Yeah.
care to come back.
Yeah. Yep. That's the price of freedom.
She's, she's doing a good job.
Yeah, I mean, Zack Snyder was right. She had to be a sort of violent character, but a very actually delicate person, emotional person, convey
I would
emotional.
say she has to be one with so many layers.
Yeah, she's extremely layered. Yeah. Gunner. Hmm.
Purpose for more. And I like that she's not dead. If she's like an
Couldn't
energy source, because when she died, there was a glow going upwards and it faded. To the human eye, maybe there was more of her energy going somewhere to materialize somewhere else, you know?
I think she's related to the same God who said that Issa forgave her. How did the God know that Issa forgave her?
Yeah, it's because look, there's a lot of
Same
blue
energy.
energy. There was a gold energy with Issa, and
Right.
then I want to call him a Titan, that giant woman, the other being.
Yeah.
She has a connection to the universe as well through her tears.
Right.
So the universe speaks to itself. So Issa is part of that. So there's a greater knowing of how energy in the galaxy and and life works in this world. So
Hmm.
Issa and that greater being is connected to it for sure.
And her sisters.
Mm. It makes sense why these powerful beings are female too, because even with our warrior Beduna's character Nemesis, there's a sign of creation and the mother.
Yeah, nurturing Mother Earth, that kind of stuff.
I like this ending with this song because she's compelled, just like Titus was. And others are singing too. You hear the hum?
Yeah.
And there you go. There's all that fire in the floating around, those little sparks, just like the grain. Wow.
Far from far, my heart, my home. Showing the dead, the dead burning. Again, all those sparks and life. You see the life from the sparks?
Mhm.
As
Just
if
like we
in
saw
death. there's still life, and it's just crazy. He says a lot of things in these movies that I really appreciate. There's the wolf head,
Hmm.
the woman holding the sword, the
And
exposed
her
breast.
boobs are like a little perfect circle. Like even old Sri Lankan paintings, the women are depicted like that. With a big round circle, and then you see like African sculptures, sign of woman. They have that same roundness. Like
Yeah,
it's not really nudity. It's just expressing something of what that means to the culture of power creation, female.
exactly.
Otherwise, it would be so cartoony, right? Everything's symbolic. This is the part that wasn't in the theatrical. I thought they would keep it in here.
No, it wasn't.
Now he is the new king. It was in the theatrical. I don't want to watch
Not,
the theatrical anymore, so I don't want to
no,
watch
the theatrical didn't have this.
it. Okay, yeah, yeah. It was in the trailers.
It was in the trailers though.
Nice big hallway shot. What a way to give it. That's the
I can't.
king's one of those.
I can't believe this film cost only $80 million a
I mean,
piece.
that's what they're saying about Godzilla minus one. I think that was like 40 million.
That's crazy.
Like when you know what I've seen when creatives have a funding, a certain funding, they speak more, they do more with it, to where it seems like they had more than they were actually given. And then crappy films with not as strong visionaries behind the filmmaking, they'll have a big budget, but it'll come out like they didn't have a budget. You know, budgets never really impressed me. But when they make something that looks like it was beyond the budget that they had, that impresses me. So as we saw from Belt, all the little fire sparks are going up. Now we're seeing something here where all the things in the air are going down.
Yes, because this is really
Like
the
confetti or
Empire of Death.
ZAck on Belt. Last sign we saw of it, things are going up, rising. These everything's falling.
Yeah, this is a falling empire, obviously.
Mhm. And what do we see? Not people, but an army.
Yeah, a lot of machines and a lot of mechanics.
Wow. There we go.
That was great stuff, man. I was glad I saw it again.
Yes, I'm glad you're able to do this. I'm gonna close this now. We're on the credits. Bam.
Yeah, that was great, man.
Woo! What a ride. What
Oh my
commentary
goodness.
experience. You've helped open my eyes to a lot of things I didn't see before in that.
Oh,
And some cool
first time I'm seeing some of those things actually. The life in there and like you said, the life rising. You could see bountifulness with the fruitfulness of the land. Like the terrain kind of, like they say the environment tends to tell you the atmosphere.
mm-hmm.
So that's what I saw there. Like you could feel the coldness about where the reagent is, the regent, Belarus is.
Mm.
It's empty, it's cold, and it's artificial.
Yes. Woof.
Versus Velt is like natural, teeming, all kinds of animals feeding off of the wheat.
Mm.
A lot of light, a lot of light. You see a lot of lights everywhere. Fireflies, the lights they're using outdoors, the moon. you see a lot of light.
And then the camaraderie of the people being together, celebrating life, and having good memories as a family. Julian, brother, says, thank you, KOJAY. This is only my second time watching this film. It's incredible. Wow, thank you.
Yeah.
Definitely share us your thoughts, Julian, or anyone else who's watching this here on Twitch and YouTube. Oh, I'm just coming off of it. So you were here for my first viewing of the theatrical cuts, where I decided to do 1 and 2 together in one showing. Now that we've seen them, I feel like part 1 and part 2, they're needed back to back, but they feel like separate films, like films on their own. The theatrical, I feel they need to be seen back to back as one film. That's
right.
But at the same time, there's so much, because I like what you said earlier, which is what I like about his director's cuts and director's cuts in general, really, is that characters in the story get more breathing room.
Right.
And when they have more breathing room, honestly, the movie doesn't feel that long, because
Right.
everything connects seamlessly. Because when everything's rushed, there's that feeling where, like, I think we skipped something. Wait, what? And then you're taking back.
Right.
Then
Yeah,
you
to the
catch
story
up again, and it feels longer than it actually is.
Right.
How do you feel about director's cuts versus the theatrical?
Oh, I love director's cuts. Zack Snyder's director's cuts, at least. I don't know about every single director's cut. I mean, some director's cuts are really good, and some are.
This is Zack Snyder show today, though. We can stick with him.
Right. Well, obviously, Zack Snyder's director's cuts are always better. It's better. The longer his story is the better his story is, because he gets to put more details in that he wouldn't otherwise have not put. So if you have a 6-hour cut that Zack Snyder puts out of anything, you're gonna have a lot of detail in there. You'll really enjoy yourself. You'll be occupied all the way through 6 hours. That's the thing about it. He has a lot of details, and he says so much. Like, he says a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and also he speaks not just with like dialogue.
No,
which I feel
visually.
Storytellers, especially from theater. Some theater pieces, not all, because in most theater pieces they have a small set, they have a certain cast or a certain set, so the story has to be told through strict dialogue, like as I'm saying, like Shakespearean. That would be a story that's heavily on dialogue, because that's just the template. However, we're in a day and age where it's more than dialogue with this medium of film. It's the sets, it's the setting, it's the performance, it's the sounds, it's the music, it's the transition from scenes to scenes and locations. And I feel Zack Snyder he's the type of director that, and other directors are like him too, in the sense that they all have a style and a love and appreciation for every element that makes the movie whole. Like, I feel some directors are really great on either cinematography or dialogue, but they need another artist to fill in the gaps that they're not as vested in or have a style in. I want to say style specifically, because I don't think any director is better than anyone else. It's just that what he does well, he has a style with sound. He has a style with choreography, or that he complements with it. He has a style with how his actors carry themselves and perform. He has a style with how he goes about the script. He has a style with cinematography. He has a style with the pacing. He has a style with what he likes with the music. Like, he knows all those avenues, as opposed to having one or two expertise in areas. Where I would say Guillermo del Toro is great. His actors perform great because he has a lovingness he brings to the table, and he lets them shine. But I don't feel he has a actor's style. I think that actors bring that to the table, but he makes a safe environment for them to feel appreciated, so they perform better. So that's his style there. But like Ridley Scott and Guillermo del Toro, what they're really good at is set pieces and animatronics, and that's something they bring extra to the table. So when we go to Zack Snyder, he has this operatic, larger than life approach to the music, the score, the sound effects, the special effects, the animation style, the performance, and everything else I listed before. And I think that's what makes Zack Snyder very strong in his films, and I think that's what people resonate with, because he does it in a very comfortable way. You could absorb all this in multiple takes or all at once. It's very easy to digest, you know, as an audience member, and I think that's what makes him intimidating to people who want to control such a storyteller, such a visionary, such an imaginative filmmaker, because he has a strong sense in all avenues where if you wanted to control him and control his work to turn into something else or dilute it, he's got such a strong foundation in all those aspects. You can't touch the guy's stuff, and when you do, it ruins the whole picture, because if you ruin one thing of how his films are edited, and I think even David Ayer is the same way. If you re-edit, rescore it, reshoot it, it's going to create this domino effect that's going to change something better into something less that might be good, or just totally horrible altogether. So
I think Zack Snyder is kind of old school in the sense that I don't know if you remember the epics of the past, like Ben-Hur.
Dude, Ben-Hur, that's my jam. I love that movie. I have the 2-disc soundtrack to that.
There you go. That's an epic.
Oh, dude, I have it right here. I am not lying. Look at this. Ben-Hur. I am a huge fan. See? This is just the soundtrack. I love this movie so much.
So it's massive. It's wide scale. It's an epic. You know, so this is where Zack Snyder comes. Lord of the Rings style. It's an epic.
Yes.
Right. You love it. He still got over better. Yeah. So I think because he has a sense for epic, he has that eye for epics where you're going large scale, you know, you're dealing with vast, you know, covering vast ground, vast terrain. And then in the epic now, he creates what is called drama. So he does dramas or theater. So you get theater in an epic. It's over the top, but it's still drama, theater, you know.
But
so that's
I
what
would
I think.
say opera is over the top and drama is, because
there you go.
You're trying to be big to reach the whole audience. You'll have an opera and then the voice not only has to tell the story, but has to fill up the room, and then the singer has to be big. It's like, that's great. That's better than just a short punchline to win a couple giggles to go, okay, I like this. But
that's what he brings to the table. George Lucas was somewhat operatic.
Yeah.
I guess Star Wars is an epic as well because it's so vast, you know.
But what helped him is George Lucas isn't really musical.
No.
But John Williams, however, is. So that's another example. George Lucas is good with props, world building, creating a philosophy behind the stories and all that. I personally am not sure if he's a director's actor. I think if he lets the actors do their own thing and have quality actors, they fill in that gap where he's weakened. But musically, you get someone who's just like him to handle the music part, like John Williams. Boom.
That's and then Zack Snyder is very visual. He's an artist. You know, he got an art background. I don't know if George Lucas had an art background. So you feel the difference. You feel the aesthetic of Zack Snyder. He has a specific aesthetic that is very, like you say, it's like paintings. When you look at a Zack Snyder movie, it looks like paintings. You know, it looks like graphic art. You know, whereas George Lucas's films were beautiful and interesting, but they don't really look like paintings, right? They don't look like graphic art.
Yeah, he has some moments, but they're different. I would say they're like a different kind of painting, you know? He's kind of more like punk. It's not really, you know, like punk rock. I would say, because punk rock is very political too, but it's very fun and uppity, you know? It's not really, right. Zack Snyder would be like Tool or Metallica. It's like, you know, different type of opera, you know? Because it's something very cowboy and rugged. Because you remember, I don't know if you saw American Graffiti by George Lucas. Like,
no.
Oh,
Haven't?
it's one of his early films. Check it out. It's very interesting. That's the first time he worked with Harrison Ford, I believe.
Okay.
But he has this kind of rebellious, kind of punky, gritty stuff, and he has a more. Also, have you seen THX?
Yes, I've seen THX.
Yes. So yeah, THX and
It's
American
more
Graffiti, put
futuristic
them
though.
together, you have that attitude, because THX to me captured how the imperialism works when
Yeah.
they get their way and they control people. So
Right.
uh
And eventually, what's his name?
because the cinematographer of that also
He
made that
finally
movie top
escaped.
notch.
He
Yes,
escaped.
he
Yeah.
did. So George Lucas is a different kind of poet, and I would say he's very
Yeah.
ruggedy, like in your face, kind of like
He's
punky.
kind of funny too.
Yes, he is.
Because you know how he did Darth Vader, and Darth Vader, he's fierce, he's dangerous, but yet he's funny at the same time. There's a comedy to it. The thing, yeah, George
I
Lucas.
was terrified of him. I didn't get much comedy from him.
Well, you know, sometimes where was it? There's a lot of funny moments in Star Wars, actually,
None of your funny moments.
with the Wookiees and with the
Oh yeah, yeah. That's
Star
where
Wars
he
is
and
is
Griffin
hilarious.
had
Harrison
the
Ford made it funny. He
yes.
was him and what's his name? He was in Batman as well. The black man in Star Wars.
Oh, Lando.
Londo, yes. Can remember
Mm.
nothing. Yeah. So, you know. But yeah, I remember Darth Vader. You know, Darth Vader was like, to me, he was the ultimate powerful guy, right? But there
Mm.
were times when, like, if somebody didn't listen to him or whatever, you just start choking them and they'd change their mind.
Yeah, yeah,
So, like, that's funny. You know, in a very
yeah.
dark, funny, dark humor, but it's
I
still
think
funny.
you have a dark humor, buddy.
But it was
But
funny
yeah,
though.
yeah,
It
I
was,
see it. There is a little pace to it or a thing to that.
yeah. So,
But yeah, we were going with how operatic Snyder's films are, because
oh
even
yeah,
in the action sequences, he will slow it down and be saying, "Okay, this is like the action sequences." He and George Lucas got this right, is because the characters have to accomplish something in the battlefield or in the fight from point A to point B to point C
right,
to progress the story or to survive the story.
right.
And moments of those, he'll slow it down or speed it up and change the music to show you that the progression's happening. And that's the part that I find is very operatic, in like even the drama scenes when okay, they're all dancing. He could have in the night they were having a feast and all having a good time. They were dancing and hanging out, but he gave time for Titus to sing a song from his
Oh
his
yeah,
world or his family. Again, that
yeah.
breathing room, but also in a way that is operatic as well, because then the
Oh yeah.
characters are singing, and I
I,
like
I
that.
I think the first time I saw an action sequence where the music was emotional and not, you know, ramped up and stuff was
Mm.
Gladiator. And I think Zack Snyder does that so
Ah.
well. He creates emotion in the midst of a battle. So the battle,
Mm.
like when the resistance fighter, the girl, when she started taking all the soldiers, and
Mhm.
I forgot what his name is right now, but he told the general, "Hey man, you're either going to cover me or you're going to cover me with dirt," and he took off, right?
Yeah.
And that moment, there was a different kind of music playing when he started to fight with the girl. I don't know if you
Mhm.
remember.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
so
I do.
those sort of scenes, it's very kind of emotional, and it's kind of supposed to stir you up to make you feel okay. It's a noble thing they're doing. You know, they're trying to protect these people who are not their people. It's not their land, but here they are trying to protect those people, and they're willing to die to protect these people. You know, you
Mm.
get that all that in that music and that moment, and a lot of it's not verbal, but you get the message. You know,
Yes.
that's what I like about Zack Snyder stuff. He doesn't use a lot of words. I know this Zack Snyder is not a. It's not very verbose in his
Mm.
in his storytelling. His storytelling is visual mostly, but when somebody says something, it really counts. Like the words really count. You know, you
And
either
if they
cover
don't
me
have a lot of words, their words have weight.
a lot of weight. You either
Mm.
cover me or cover me with dirt. I love that. That's to the point.
And it's very poetic too, in a way. I like
Yes,
that. That adds to the theater of it all too.
Yes. So I think the words are very weighty, and even BVS, which is, oh boy, that's a rich movie. But the
Mhm.
words mean something. Everything Lex Luthor says has a double meaning, has a triple meaning, stuff like that. I really love that kind of stuff.
Oh yes. Oh man. And Julian says this film has so many DCEU like shots. You stick to
Hmm.
the same recipe that always works. That's what good directors do. Yeah, I mean they got to fine tune their style. And DCEU to me is the Snyderverse. You know, when Snyder was on board, is
When his
even
vision, when his
Ayer
vision
got
was
to
actually, yeah,
yeah Ayer
when
got
his
to be part of that process and add his art to it. And then Snyder was like shadow directing Wonder Woman because when he's not there, and then director had Patty
the second
Jenkins
unit,
had reins to the the character and to make a story with that character to add to the reset world. Um, there's a complete difference.
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Because
So
remember the second unit, Zack Snyder's second unit by
mhm.
Damien, I think Damon or Damien, he was heading that. So they would the kinds of angles and shots and stuff that they were able to do on the beach is just incredible. I didn't know the behind the scenes stuff until I saw how many cameras they had to use and all this stuff to get that 360 view of the beach when the
Oh
Amazons were
yeah.
fighting. It's very elaborate, very complex, but they pulled it off, and also the training and all that stuff. So you can see the difference in quality from that movie and then the one that Patty and Jeff Johns did. That was night and day. Just
Seriously, it's crazy.
he just dropped in the storytelling and in the movie, which is what Patty needed. Some at least needed the movie to look consistent, and she needed to work on the story as well. It
It
was
just you could tell where the strength of the storyteller was when you see
right,
when someone gets more creative control or when someone works with another team.
right.
Uh, again, I don't think all directors are well versed in all aspects of the filmmaking process,
No,
and they need help in the right areas, and sometimes they don't get it.
yeah, that's what
So
kind of happened,
yeah,
unfortunately. And I guess Warner Bros was trying to cut cost also on the movie, and terrible.
ugh. So many podcasts about all that stuff.
Yeah. So, do you want to discuss now, like,
A little bit more of the art. Was there any scenes particular that you want to discuss, or what was your favorites in Rebel Moon Part 2 Director's Cut?
there was several, but the one that I remember most is the death of um, the I forgot Nemesis. Nemesis is dead.
Ah,
Yeah, that's my favorite scene actually in the movie. Her death,
wow.
because I don't like that she died, but it's so
Correct.
impactful. And then to see the next generation, and she told the young boy, "You did good," and you know when they all came around her, the one who was traumatized, the young girl, and then the little boy, which is probably going to be the leader of the next bunch of resistance or whatever may happen. So
Mm,
I thought the passing of the torch was interesting there. That's actually my
yes.
favorite scene in the movie.
Oh, wow.
And she was one of my favorite characters in the movie. And
Yeah, she was mine as well.
she didn't say
Because I like the
much.
character too, but I like that he gave a female character so much power and badassness.
Yeah, but she didn't say much, but she was obviously grieving, and
Hmm.
she was still in the mood of just trying to get back at the Empire.
I even still feel I believe she still feels horrible for killing the spider creature who was also a
Oh
mother,
yeah. Yeah.
because she comes off as a person who's like, yeah, vengeance isn't an answer, yet Cora feels vengeance is a way, because she said to Titus, then do stuff for vengeance to bring him back, so because they're
Right.
soldiers, see, they need that. But she's a different type of warrior. She's not a soldier. Nemesis is. She was a villager, a fisherwoman, for all we know. And uh, she's against vengeance, and so she has a different means and struggle, and she really carries the weight of death, where soldiers are kind of trained to handle it a lot better, you know.
Right.
So,
Well, she was a mother, and
yes,
so
so she had a different means to how she existed, and
yeah, she
things
wasn't. I don't think
affected
she
her
was
differently.
naturally existing as she would normally exist. I think she went into a mode and just wanted to take out as many imperial take out as many imperial people as possible. And then I guess that changed with meeting the children and
Mm.
seeing life normal again, and seeing becoming more hopeful for, if not herself, the people around her. So
And you know what? Maybe that's another tale of the curse of forgiveness. Her curse was probably doing something so she could forgive herself. Because look at what happened. She's the sole survivor of her village. Everything in her memory was burnt to pieces, and she's holding her dead son. So, in her end, she's fighting and dying, but she died successfully saving the village.
right.
So she got her forgiveness that she couldn't give herself. And that boy, being a kid, a son, like representation of hers,
Her son.
he got her forgiveness because she died accomplishing something she couldn't do for her village, for
Right.
another village.
Right. And then she probably saw hope in him.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, even the resistance fighter, I'm very bad with her name. I apologize.
Nemesis.
It again. The one
Oh, 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 yeah.
who filled in the place of Blood Axe.
Yeah.
She stepped up and saw to the victory that Blood Axe sacrificed for.
Right.
So I wonder if she found forgiveness in herself there, or found it early on and just saw it through. So the
And
curse
maybe
of
she had
forgiveness,
some
I'm
measure
starting to
of
think,
redemption.
yeah. So this redemption and the curse of either being forgiven or finding forgiveness is another theme for each of these characters. I come to see it now.
Wow. That's really
Mm,
kind of awesome. Because when I think about not just Darian's sister, she said, remember the fallen. And I think she
mhm.
means remember Darian. So I'm thinking, because she lost her brother, right?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that maybe, uh, though she's cursed, maybe her way of compensating that was to actually return and defend the people in Velt when she
Mm,
came with the reinforcements and helped defend them. I guess that was her way of, I guess, uh, um, finding redemption for
mm.
letting Darian go, or
Yeah, I can see that.
for her brother's death, probably. I don't know.
Yeah, I really want a third one so I could see more of her. She's just like a tease of more to come, because then we know how much story we get from them, and since they do a lot of storytelling of their past in the third
Right.
one, I could totally see Blood Axe back with his sister telling tales of the past, or some key element story that maybe you could do for 20 minutes, and we see Blood Axe for a long time,
Yeah, because
So
Darian's story, her and Darian's story was done in comic books, I think.
yes, it was.
There's a bunch of background on them because they're the major resistance, right?
Yeah, they're the main resistance, the big one, the
They're the
organized.
major
You can say
villains of the
organized
story.
resistance, like the PLO.
This is what I'm saying. They're like the villains of the
Yeah, yeah,
Empire's
they're the ones
villains.
that are probably labeled terrorists and throughout
Yeah,
the
they're the terrorists.
organized.
Absolutely.
Palestinian
So,
Liberation Organization.
because they're not an official
Wu
army,
Tang
right?
says. Hmm?
Exactly.
You right? Method Man, he dropped that line, the
Yeah, I
PLO
like that.
style and Wu Tang. They know what's up.
Yep, they do. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So I think once you're not a official army, they can take the liberty to call you a terrorist. because if you think of it, the IDF is an army, right? It's an actual army.
Yeah, definitely.
So they won't really label them terrorists just like that. Even though even Russia, the Russian army, they don't call them terrorists because they're army. So it's the unofficial armies that tend to be labeled terrorists instead of, because obviously they're not official. So that's the way they get you. If
like they
they'll
never
say,
label resistance as resistance. Never.
This is the thing.
They
And
did
this
it
is
once. No, they did it once when like at the end of Rambo 3, they did because back then in the 80s, America supported the Taliban. Right. Then when they were shifting powers and America didn't get what they wanted, then they got labeled terrorists. I think that was the last time a resistance group, but then that's a whole ball game to discuss anyways.
Well, people become
it's not all
people become not terrorists. Yeah, because right now in Syria, the terrorists who are real terrorists, Al Qaeda and ISIS, they're real terrorists. They're running Syria, right? And killing people left, right, and center. And they're now called
They're already
HTS.
occupying it. Occupying parts of it still is an occupation.
Right, but they're not labeled terrorists anymore.
Right? Because it's convenient now.
That's what I'm trying to say.
The Israeli Secret Intelligence Service, ISIS. But we're not allowed to speak.
Crazy. It's crazy though.
Wow. Yeah. Ugh.
Because we glorify people who resist. We're happy to talk about people who resist, and it seems like such a romantic thing to talk about, but to live it is a different story, and that's what people don't realize.
Yeah, like the resistance stories are only acceptable if they're fiction, so it's
exactly
safe. But in real life or in the real world, it's advertised as a huge taboo, because if you support the resistance, you have to be against or see the flaws and the crimes of those who are in power.
So all I'm saying is that's what this movie. But that's what this movie is doing, though.
Again?
No, but that's what this movie is actually doing, though. This movie, and I don't know why people
in a very comfortable way that anyone could watch and enjoy. Those themes are so huge. Sorry, I got excited. Go ahead.
No, but that's what this movie is doing. It's showing you how uncomfortable it is, how dangerous it is, and how the good guys don't always live to see the end of the story. But that doesn't mean the story doesn't end well. And I think that's the important thing for people to remember. Like the little girl who got shot up in the car, the 8-year-old.
Oh, are you talking about Hind?
Is it Hind? Right.
No, she was 5, like 5.5.
5.5. Right. Yes. That's a horrible story. But without that story, we wouldn't know how horrible people could be. And as such, we wouldn't have the kind of support we have now. It's those stories that help to push along. I know it's horrible to say, but it's true. Those stories are what push along the resistance to get victory eventually, unfortunately.
Yes, and for those of you who do not know, Hind was a little girl stuck in a car after an attack by the occupation. Got on a phone, called for help, and the calls of help go straight to the occupation. And they stayed on the phone with the operator, who sounded very kind and caring about her, and she was scared, calling for help. A tank of the occupation drove up, parked, monitored her. A medic came over, and then the tank opened fired on her, the car, and the medics, killing everybody in sight. The little girl was hit with around 335 bullets. They killed her. And for those of you who don't know, now you know, but there is a little short, someone animated, I'll show you right now, of that story, so you can just understand.
You have to call.
And it's using the actual audio that was recorded.
أجي أخذك؟ حبيبتي طيب ما أنا يا حبيبتي رح أجي أخذك. هلا عمو من الهلال عماله عم بنصك عشان إحنا نقدر نيجي ناخذك. حواليكي في ضرب رصاص؟ خديني يا حبيبتي والله بدي اخذك بس مش بايدي هلا. نحكي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. برافو عليكي، هيك حافظة. ميتين؟ وهم هلا معك بالسيارة؟ وين انت هلا محمية؟
بالسيارة. بابا جنبية. أنا تعجبيني.
خليكي يا عمري بالسيارة، أنا حتمني فاتحة الخط معاكي، أتمني أحكي معك، ما بدي أسكر التليفون، تمام؟
So I just want to share that with y'all if you don't know, and those who do know. That's what happened.
Yeah.
And the brutality of military might, if you will, they don't care about civilians, and these stories of what really happened, and getting those stories out, using art to tell these stories, even in, because in Zack Snyder's in Rebel Moon, we see the brutality being done to civilians, capturing them, removing their clothes, branding them, treating them like in any inhumane way possible, even taking one and raising one just to use to your own selfish needs. One person, I mean, it's, these are themes that are heavy, that we see in here, and grotesque and violent, and the stories of people who fall, like you said, these are tragedies that should be known, should be shown, should be understood, because these have to stop. And unfortunately, just like in Rebel Moon, the villains are in power, or people in power are catering to the villains in power. It's the last moments of that girl's life, and innocent civilians are like, it's the snowball effect that's oddly too slow for change. That's what I don't understand. How is so many people just numb to the stuff that hits us? And
I don't think they're numb. I think they're unaware. I think the environment we're in is so filled with propaganda that people can't tell what's the truth from falsehood, and especially if they're not following the story. So they kind of adjust and go along with other things. They'll say, "Oh, well, that probably didn't really happen because the Israelis say that they're performing. That's not real. They didn't really die." So some people
like how we
believe that.
saw when Issa and her parents were killed.
There
As
you go.
soon as the trigger was pulled on Issa, it was a whole performance.
Right.
Like, what have you done? Even though all those guys are like, you're the traitor, even though all those politicians had a stabbing hand in the situation.
Yeah.
They
Exactly.
know the truth, but it's like they play.
And she
into
did,
their own-
and they always scapegoat the person who's not one of them. So you notice that she's called off-worlder,
yeah,
and they call her what? I think they call her vile piece of something for
something
humanity.
not clean or pure.
Yeah, like she
like
wasn't
that.
human or whatever, subhuman.
Mhm.
And so they scapegoat her, but the architect of the whole thing wasn't her. It was, Belisarius.
Mhm.
So, but they usually scapegoat the other, the one
Yes.
that's not of them. So it's kind of interesting. I was fine. I felt the same way. I look at, like, I don't want to. Can I speak specifically? Can I be free to speak
You're free to
specifically? Or
speak in my channel. It's a safe zone.
okay, good. So You look at Hamas, for example, right? Hamas was funded by and admitted on tape by Mr. Netanyahu that they were funded by them, but yet they scapegoat Hamas as this great terrorist and the worst thing and the most vile thing. But who funded them? And then you see the
Brought 'em up.
collusion. You see the collusion with Western media. You see it with the leaders. They all collude and they point at them and say, "This off-worlder is vile. This vile off-worlder," and they all pointing the finger at Hamas when the one who actually formulated this whole thing was Netanyahu. Belisarius is Netanyahu.
And Hamas is Korah.
Hamas is Korah, and the king that was slain was the gentleman who did the agreement with Arafat,
Mm-hmm.
Yitzhak Rabin.
I see.
So you don't know, you probably don't know, but Netanyahu sort of rallied somebody to murder Yitzhak Rabin.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
Right, good. So there you go. That's the story of Belisarius there, in a nutshell. Because Yitzhak Rabin was trying to get peace with Palestine, sort of.
Yeah.
And they were trying to form their own state with him. He was trying to work the process out. And that's kind of like
Because where we're at right now, the only solution is a two-state solution for peace.
Right. So like the king was going to pass on peace to Isa, but if Isa became the ruler of the empire, which would have been peaceful, then Belisarius and Athaliah, at least Belisarius was selling this to Athaliah, that they would not be needed anymore. And
yeah, they would be out of the job, but he advertised it that they would be ethnically cleansed.
Right. Exactly.
So like some of them propaganda is, and I remember reading and hearing about like, oh, in America, if we let the black people have freedom, they'll kill all the white people. Or like if the Palestinians get freedom, then that means that they have to kill all the Israelis.
I think it's a guilt trip. It's kind of like they'll do to us what we did to them. The tables will turn.
Or like it's projection. It's like they can only think that to have freedom or have existence, another people must die. So they because that's the only logic they think of. But no, equal rights means that everyone in the land lives peacefully together as they had for many years before 1948.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but they can't think of peace. They can't think about equality because when you invest in apartheid regime and supremacy over lower caste or class people, you can't get out of that mindset. You cannot.
Right, and then they teach their children.
It's like the narcissist case. Because, you know, when kids are raised as a narcissist, being the center of the world from their upbringings of whoever parent is responsible for that, they can't see outside themselves. They see only the importance and self-preservation and greatness of themselves. They can't see other people as equal to them. And I think apartheid is very violently narcissistic in its ideology.
Exactly. Exactly.
And that's what Belisarius is totally about. I don't know if I screwed up the name.
Belisarius.
There you go. There you go. I added a TH. But
nothing wrong with that. Yeah, so you see the parallels, and that's why I said, you know, this thing is like absolutely on the nose when it comes to what's happening right now.
Exactly. I was like, wow. Because here's the thing with Zack Snyder that is peculiar to me. There is this other content creator. I've run into her a few times. I don't know. I wouldn't call her a friend, but I've seen her at Zack Snyder's Director's Cut screening event that was called SnyderCon. I saw her for the Full Circle at the Snyder Cut showing, and I've seen her ask questions a lot. Lady Genevieve.
Yes.
And she asked some of the hardest questions politically that Zack Snyder continues to swerve away from. Because she asked him specifically for BVS, I forget when. I think she asked him twice because she really wants this answer from Zack of how Zack used in because if you remember BVS, the African woman who said, I saw Superman torch my family alive.
Right.
He said, she asked Snyder, what was specifically your use of the system of false witness with
Right.
how things are done in the world today. And he was
Right.
like, yeah, yo. So I think it's kind of cool how people, he evaded the question. He evaded the question. And then I love how this woman, I don't know all her opinions on things, but I like how journalistic hard she is, because she asked him a similar political question about his stuff. And he always evades answering her question. He gives her something, honestly, but he always steps away from political
Because I don't think he wants to.
and I think he lets
I
his
think
films do the talking.
I think
But
also
he
he's a
treads a very
humanist.
safe ground when it comes to politics.
I
Even
think
though his films
he's more of a
tread so much
humanist than he's a political. He's not really trying to make political statements. He's more about humanity and how we are, and for us to learn more ourselves. But inevitably,
yes,
it becomes political.
See, that's the thing here. When you said he's more human, because that's how I look at me. Like when I do protests, I'm like, no, this is the right thing to do, because humanity should be something we stand up and fight for.
Right.
But then people are like, no, KOJAY, you're activist, you're political. I was like, what?
Right.
To me, it's strange. And maybe this is where I understand where you're coming from with ZAck, because I feel some things are not a political thing. War crimes isn't a political thing to talk about. But I think because I don't know where it comes from that people think if you're talking about human rights and equality and freedom in other places of the world, or here at home in America, that or anywhere, right, that it becomes political for some reason. But I think it's a basic humanitarian, moral, just thing, and I don't see it as political.
Exactly.
But it gets labeled as political. So,
but in BVS it says, because Chris Terrio is the guy that was doing BVS, the writing, he says every act is a political act. Right?
There's someone who think that, too. So if that's the case, then we should be about everything. Because when you say things are political, then another element gets into play where there's one way or another way. But when I think, when in my faith and belief, when things are moral, there's only one way. There's good and bad. But when you take an action and say that there's an option A and an option B, then the good becomes debatable. It's not night and day. It's not clear. It turns gray. And then you're free to be on one side or the other. That's my problem when things that are, this is wrong, no, this is wrong, gets turned into political, because then you take something that's wrong and you make it gray to where, well, it's actually okay in this regard. And I don't accept that. God is
so I totally agree with you on that, because I don't think that everything is political. But having said that, the guy who did BVS was drawing from a lot of, political stuff. Like he used Dick Cheney's line, right? If there's a 1% chance, right? So
even Snyder said that too in an interview. He's like, wow, this is crazy. Batman is saying 1% chance. That's a total Dick Cheney thing to do. I was like, oh, Snyder, you went there. Let's go. Because that's rare. You rarely get that from Snyder.
Right. But that's because Chris Terrio wrote it in, right?
Yeah,
so Chris Terrio is political. So Chris Terrio is a very political guy, right? But Zack Snyder is more about humanity and emotions, because he's an artist, right? He's an artist,
I love that about him.
Right? But Chris Terrio is not an artist. He is an artist, but he's a writer.
Yeah,
so writers tend to be he's a writer artist. So he tends to want to put things into, he wants to put
literal translation.
Yeah, he wants to put stuff that's happening around him and politics, which you say some things are gray because you have to choose, but some things are political, but they're not necessarily. They're a philosophy on life. Let's put it that way. It's somebody's philosophy of life. So, like, because it was hugely political when Lex Luthor says power. The greatest lie in America is that power is innocent. I mean, that's absolutely true. You can't be very powerful and not be aware of all the things, the bad things happening around you. And now you have to decide which one of those things you're going to address and which one of those things you need to say, okay, you need to leave that for the moment because the repercussions of that will affect all these people and all these jobs and all these. So I'll leave that alone for now. But this, I need to deal with this. So you're not really innocent because you know a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So no matter how you look at it, that's a true statement, which is scary. But no, because the amount of information, if let's say you're president of the United States of America, right? You get into power. Then you find out, oh, there's this island in the Caribbean and they're torturing people there. They're supposedly prisoners from wherever, some country where an operation. So you come in and meet that. Then you find out, oh, I can't really do anything about that situation right now. It's horrible, but I need to tend to this because if I tend to that, a whole domino effect will happen that'll affect good people, and a lot of good people are going to be affected by it. So I have to actually keep this quiet. Can't really talk about this. This is what I met. I have to deal with X, Y, and Z. Even though morally it's wrong what's going on there.
Right.
You as the leader, you have to decide now. You have to make some hard decisions over some things which are wrong, just explicitly wrong. But
Definitely.
you can't really make any changes on that right now. So that's how the more powerful you get is the more you are going to encounter these areas where there's blatant wrongdoing done here, and I can't address it. I have supposedly have all this power, but I don't have the power to deal with that right now. If I get a chance, I'll come back to that, but I can't deal with that. And it's kind of like Superman has to choose who he's going to save and who he's not going to save.
Who he can and can't actually.
Yeah, because he can't save everyone.
Powerful, but not all powerful.
No, he's not.
He's all powerful.
Right, but he's not.
And in he's not. He's trained to close out the world too from what he hears. He can't hear all the dangers all the time either.
Right, because it's nonstop.
Yeah, it would be just noise. It'd be like as Snyder.
He'd go crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's those kinds of things. So what it makes me realize is that what Lex Luthor said was true, and that's a political statement, right? Or do you think it's not a moral statement? If you think about it, it's not an ethical statement, because what you're saying is you can't be innocent once you're in certain positions of power. You're going to find out that there's bad things happening all around you, and now you have to pick out which ones you're going to address and deal and fight your battle against. Because it's so plentiful.
True innocence is for the children. When you're an adult, innocence is gone. It's not when you finally get it down. It's when you open up and see what's going on in the world.
Yeah.
So
and then you realize how much you could help here or what you could tend to here, because it's like so much stuff going on that's just horrible. And then you yourself would have gone through some of it as well. So you're no longer innocent.
Yeah. So in a way, he's correct in saying that innocence isn't a form of
it's a lie that it's a lie in America that anyone with significant power is innocent. It's just like in early on.
Yeah, because Truth of America, like some people like America, we're not an empire. I've been out of the country. I've been able to see how we are seen and see what we do to other places in the world. Like,
it's terrible.
We're not an empire. The Roman Empire had military forces in other places in the world. America has around 180 military bases in 120 countries.
Yes.
But do we see like a military base from China in America?
No.
But everywhere else we're on, it's like, come on. And then we have birds and we put our hands on the heart and do this thing with our flag. It's like the Roman Empire, and then using the church to dictate policies. It's like, hello, did anyone watch Ben-Hur? It's like, come on.
There you go. And the same thing you will see in this movie. You see the mother world, then you see the priest, you see the church. The church is there, right?
Yes.
To remind us.
Kind of cross. They have their own invention.
Right. And but it's still to remind us of why the emperor is there.
Reasons of why they're doing stuff.
Yeah, because every time they add a tooth to the Isa portrait where Isa was died, because remember they're in tribute to Isa. They kind of serve Isa. And then they're also there to like control and deal with the what you call those things. The I forgot the name of the actual
Oh,
being.
those tall beings, those big beings.
Yes, that were
Let's
captured to
call them
drive.
Titans right now.
Right. Still call them Titans. It's not that's not the right word, but
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, but
So
just so y'all know, please
yeah.
let us know in the comments, please.
So they have something to do with them. If you
Mhm.
notice, they do something to them. Um, I find it that they feed off of dead flesh, dead people. I find
Mhm.
that also another piece of death. The theme of death you see continuously with the Empire.
Mhm.
You look at it. You just said things are falling down. You talk about feeding dead to sustain life
Yes,
there.
because
They
like
destroy
bringing up the
worlds.
illegal occupation a lot, they have a huge skin bank, and
Yes.
they provide a lot of skin samples for rejuvenation and looks for rich people in Hollywood over here.
Wow.
You could look up Sandra Bullock has an interview with Ellen. I believe it was Ellen. And she said, "Oh my gosh, your skin looks so good. How do you do it?" All that stuff. And then Sandra Bullock, I don't know if she caught herself while she was saying it, but her voice changed. She was saying, "Well, it's from skin samples from young persons." She said young persons. I'll try and find the link after I finish this, but she said young persons. And
Does she know from where it comes?
I don't know if she knows, but a lot of our rejuvenation stuff is Zionist owned, and a lot of
Mm.
skin samples they take from children that they abduct and put in prisons in occupied Palestine that we know. And I did look up the something about it, or someone did, where it is a Zionist owned. A lot of the things out here is Zionist owned, especially for making you look young and youthful. So again, you're taking pieces from life and
To
for that
elongate life.
preservation.
Mm. It really is
Mhm.
feeding off the dead. Oh, that's creepy. That's so creepy.
Yeah, because they torture and do stuff to these children that they abduct. 60% of them are molested too. It's just awful.
Oh yeah,
So we
but
see these stuff in
but
Rebel Moon. It's not
I
far
heard
fetched.
pedophiles go across there anyway, so
Oh yeah, especially if you're
not
a
surprising.
Caucasian. Yeah, in America, there's a loophole in our law system where pedophiles, you can go to prison or you could start over again in Israel. And if you look at all the sex offenses, it highlights everything of Israel, but nothing of Gaza and West Bank.
Wow. Wow.
Let's see. Instead of talking, let's show. But yeah, the idea of saying young persons instead of children, like lightens the
Mm.
blow. It's like, come on now. That's why they say all these things like, oh, unpure or off-worlder in Rebel Moon to, dehumanize people.
Yeah,
Let's see.
and the Empire just continuously, I mean, destroys cultures. It destroys worlds, and I think it's only because I think they harbor rebels or anything to do with the rebels. Are willing to annihilate those worlds. I'm very curious about um who is this Issa, because I don't know if you it's not senator, it's another word for um sort of rulership. You never watched the podcast that Zack Snyder did with the I forgot what's the name of it. It's not senator, that's the wrong word. But it's where Jimmy comes from, the Jimmies, the protectors of the king.
Practice as the king. Sorry, what?
The Jimmies.
Oh, yes, the Jimmies. Yeah. I was.
So the story behind how they came about is in a podcast. Yeah, I think it's 6 episodes.
Yeah. That's
And
the one, the Sentinel, right?
I don't think it's called Sentinel. It's some other word. I can't
Okay.
remember what. But the thing about it is, it ends with the robot destroying. The king is dead, and the king gets killed, and all of that. The supposed promise of Issa is a myth. It didn't. It wasn't fulfilled. Um, but at the end of it, Bartholomew, which is like a Jimmy or the precursor
Mhm.
to the Jimmys, becomes the leader, the head
Oh,
guy,
whoa.
the consultant.
Mhm.
Senecal. It's called the Senecal. That's the word. Senecal. He becomes the Senecal, and he produces all the soldiers and everything. And he lives to serve to have the myth of Isa become a reality. So
Mm.
that's where it ends. So the Jimmy that you saw in Rebel Moon, he had lost his purpose and everything because the king was dead. The last king, which is not a real king, but he's like the last king anyway. He ends up he was murdered, but he's not the original line of kings, right? But however,
Mhm.
he did have a daughter, and the daughter did have magical powers, and they thought that was the second coming of Isa. It seems as it was the first coming of Isa. I don't know how that came about, but
Oh,
there was a first
wow.
coming of Isa. Yep. So I don't know if they lied, and the baby of the guy who was making the robots and stuff, of which
Mhm.
Bartholomew came from, I think he died, but the woman, she lived, or something like that, or she lived and he lived, something like that. I can't remember. But in the end, um, the child, the robot took the child. Bartholomew took the child. I can't remember if he killed the mother and the father, But in the end, anyway, she took the child, and so he was raising this child. And I don't know if the child was male or female. I can't remember.
Mm.
I think the child was male. So I'm not sure how this story goes forward. Because the child was supposed to be Isa, right?
Yes.
So Bartholomew was supposed to keep the secret. He still took the child from the mother. I think he killed the mother. And
Oh.
I don't know if he raised the child, and through the child, Isa would come or something. I don't know what happened. But that's the last episode I was able to see. I think that's it.
Wow. I gotta get in that.
Yeah, you never watched the Senecal?
No.
It's sick. It's sick. I really enjoyed it. So the context
Wow.
behind Jimmy and Jimmy telling the story was it's a kind of mythical story, but he doesn't know all the details. The details we found out from the Senecal. That this really was a myth, but somehow it became a reality with the daughter of the fallen king. His
Mhm.
daughter actually had mythical powers, and she's still alive. But I
Whoa.
don't know how and she's like the reincarnation of Isa that they all prophesied about. But it was really a myth. It wasn't really true.
So this sounds very inspirational to the Rebel Moon.
Yeah. That's what's so that's what's so interesting about the whole thing. Like this whole thing is based on a myth, which
Mm.
became real. As the Jimmy said, you know, a king can die, but a myth can actually live on
Mm.
forever. A myth can be forever. So that myth went all the way into becoming a reality.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So that kind of like foretells this whole Rebel Moon saga, at least with Korra.
Right. So
I mean, that's what it seems like, because then we just saw the beginning of the myth being retold, essentially.
hmm the thing I want to know is who is Issa? And is Issa human or is she in the form of some kind of energy?
Mm.
Because
Because
they're
they did
supposed
have that painting where in part one, where she was walking with Issa a lot, and then she was in the museum, and she saw a painting of a little child holding a light, and all the Titans were around her.
right.
So
That's
was there
Issa?
possibly an Issa like before her, or was that foretelling? I wonder these things.
That's a great question. Is it a prophecy? Is that the prophecy or is that, you know, I don't know.
Mm, don't
And
know.
the Senecal before, okay, so Bartholomew was like the last Senecal, I guess. but the Senecal before Bartholomew was the guy that made Bartholomew, and the Senecal before him was a priest.
Oh.
Yeah, who prophesied that Esau was supposed to come. He was maintaining that traditional myth, but he prophesied wrong because he said Esau would come from a woman who the king would marry. The king did marry a woman, but the woman was the guy who made Bartholomew's wife.
Yeah. Dang, my sister would be all up on this.
Yeah, so it's a really interesting story. I remember watching this, listening to the Senecal because it's a podcast. It was really fascinating how it was just kept on twisting and twisting and twisting. Because when the child was born and they realized it was a boy, the prophecy wasn't fulfilled, and they were worried that the king would get mad. And then because the priest prophesied wrong to him now. So it was interesting how the story twisted and twisted and twisted before you reach the end. It was a quite interesting story. And how they covered it up and how Bartholomew, because Bartholomew was learning and learning and learning. And then he made up his mind what he was going to do. And I think he killed out everybody. And that was associated with that. And he took the child. I think the story ends like that. And then Bartholomew's the one telling the story from beginning to end. And he uses poetry and stuff. And so he ends telling the story where he's at with the child.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really is interesting. You should check it out. It's for free. Go on and they're short.
This sounds like a story I've heard before too.
30 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, it's about 30 minutes long. It's really interesting.
Wow. I wonder. I'm not surprised if Zack Snyder knows this because he's even familiar with Hindu mythology, Greek mythology, Asian,
Buddhist,
Japanese and Chinese folklore. He's all over the place.
Yeah,
even Thailand-like stuff, Norse. He's truly an arts fan through and through.
Yeah,
and I like that about him. You know,
he likes Greek mythology too.
So before I forget, because you got my mind going in other places in a good way, there is an art piece. I want to talk about my favorite shot. But before, I want to show you what it reminds me of. Let's see. This is a Renaissance painting of Peter Bruegel. It's called if I'm not mistaken, The Elder Landscape with the Fall of Icarus. Here we go.
Ooh,
now,
that's beautiful.
Yes, I like how there's always something going on in these, like in the distance, but also the coloring. And I don't know if this is the aging of the painting over time, but there's this like beige green or this beige feeling with all the colors, even the reds and all that. There's something that I've seen in some. I couldn't find the exact painting that stuck in my mind. I really should take a picture of like the information when I go to these things, because that's like one of the things that's stuck in my mind with the style and then the gesture. Now, I'm going to show another one. And this is another Renaissance painting I just Googled to try and capture what I was looking at. That's why sometimes I was a little distracted. My apologies. Well, let's see, which is, let me isolate this so it makes it easier to find. There's so many things. Which screen is this? All right, this one. And then I'll show the screen that I like. Yeah, so we have this one. This piece, but this is close to the painting I'm trying to remember. So it's very green, it's very faded, it's very blurry, but you got all this great arches and textures, and even this looks like this branch is moving out. There's a stillness, but there's this vibrancy and movement, and there's a solid overall tone. It's kind of mushy, but it's also rich in depth, and even the mountains in the back are of a different color to give it perspective. So
it's from the time
think the two paintings I showed you. Now look at my favorite shot in Rebel Moon Part 2, and you're going to see a similarity, hopefully, that I see. And bam.
Whoa.
See how it has that Renaissance
Oh,
type
yeah.
of pop? Like, again, you get, it's kind of this faded green that's kind of beigey in a way. I don't know if that's proper. And then you get this distance here, like in
The grayish.
yeah, and it's just gorgeous.
Wow.
It comes off as that old, like it's from olden times, you know?
Yeah.
And that's what the painting gives me a flavor of. And here's another one. Again, same color, gestures, how everything's in motion but still. And then it has this old, like there's a lot of strong browns incorporated in all the colors. And keep this in your mind as we bounce back to that shot. Bam, it has that Renaissance vibe, and I really love that touch with Rebel Moon because there's a real sense of history, oldness, like even the armor of the soldiers was very old. The settings seemed very old because it had that faded brown age thing. And I like that for Rebel Moon because then I feel like it really gave it a sense of Renaissance. Something that's even though it's futuristic, it gave it some age. Like maybe this is an old story, or maybe this is history, not the future of things.
Right.
And that touch was very, very beautiful of the whole film. And I haven't heard anyone see that, or maybe it's just me that sees it. But
that's good.
I like that with Rebel Moon. That's what I feel makes Rebel Moon stand out from all of Zack Snyder's works. I think some scenes in Sucker Punch came close, but as a whole, no, it did not. Rebel Moon really has its own sense of tone, and should we get Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon 3 and 4, I'm interested in what realm of art in classical art he's going to draw to, because Renaissance is another area of art. There's also stuff before it. There's also impressionist. There's also modern. There's so many levels of our historic art world that he could dive into next, or even modern expressionist futuristic Louis Royal style Snyder can jump into with Rebel Moon, because he said all worlds don't look the same. So I'm excited to see what he can do, seen with what he did here. And it's something I haven't seen before with his works. And it's very, very cool. Very, very cool. Because all of his works have been rooted in something reality to earth, you know?
Right.
Like even with 300, that was probably almost close to Renaissance, but it was still vaguely out of world because it's historically inaccurate because the book was. But it was still rooted in something familiar. Like we have some tangible look back as like Spartans or this and that.
Right.
So going into something known as like a period Renaissance art form as a template for something science fiction. Right. I mean, the guy's a madman of a genius in that regard for me. I like
seriously. And it's his idea, his whole entire creative thing. Like 300 was Frank Miller.
Yeah, he did justice to another work of art.
Right.
But this was 100% his own. And you could tell he went to paintings because who was a painter? His mother was a painter.
Ah. That makes sense then.
I'm pretty sure.
And didn't he go to art school as well to do paintings?
That?
He went to art school to do paintings, right?
Yeah. So he went to Art Center, Pasadena, which I applied to and was accepted, but I didn't have the money. They didn't give me a scholarship. They gave me acceptance. And it's a private school. My family doesn't have a lot of money. So my immediate family. And so I went to community college instead. But
that's not a problem.
I took some classes there for a high school program, and they have you take not just what you're focused in, they have you take all these art classes. And at the time, because he was before me, he went there in the early 90s. I applied in the early 2000s.
Right.
So at the time I applied, they didn't have a strong film department that supplied their own equipment. because
Right.
they saw my entrance piece and they said, okay, we like your work, we'll accept you, but no scholarship. I was like, okay, at least I got into a place. But you have to provide your own equipment.
Oh.
And then so that's why it got even more expensive, because I don't have the means of that. Zack Snyder, with his parents being artists and photographers, he has access to equipment. So my time in early 2000s at the art school and before that, because Zack Snyder started early, that means he had means to his own equipment or access to other equipment, unless the art school does have that and they just lied to me. But they still have you do all these prerequisites and other classes, and then you take like history, math, sciences, and other community colleges and stuff. But all the art stuff, they have their students specialize in different things all over the place. I mean, we've
nice.
seen this in storyboards. He clearly has taken some art classes, because even his storyboards, even as scratchy and incomplete they come off, there's still depth perception, there's still setting, there's still a story told in each shot. That's probably why a lot of the shots he has that he works with his cinematographers and does his own are so profound and so rich and layered. And that's
Right.
just, that's what we want. So he
once
definitely has
shows
schooling.
he just shows you those key pictures, and they're like, this is what we're going for. Okay, cool. I got
like
you.
even his watch parties, he's like, all right, pause. And then everyone is pausing. He's like, see, this is this is my drawing. You see right there, and he shows it.
Yeah.
He's a total geek like us. I love it. So that's an artist.
Yeah.
That's one way an artist expresses themselves inside. And then he goes, okay, 3, 2, 1, play, and then you play the watch party all over again. So, or from where it left off. And he's definitely trained, and the school teaches everyone around the block. Even I imagine all arts are like that. Because I was a double major, arts and performing arts. So
nice.
even though I wanted to focus on directing and choreography, I still had to take a year of ballet. I still had to take
a year of ballet, you say?
Yeah, I did a year of ballet. And
okay, that's interesting.
But yeah, exactly. Because when you're in the arts, they want you to be well-rounded and strong and knowledgeable of other things. And I learned a lot from ballet I didn't think I would learn. And so him being,
I think basketballers also take ballet, right?
Huh?
Basketballers take ballet for balance and coordination.
They say that, but actually ballet, see, a lot of the ballet schools or the classes, they don't get a lot of guys, and they need strong guys to lift women. So they they promote, hey, take a class here because we need a guy to throw a girl up and catch her or hold her up. So we need an athlete. We'll give you extra credits in the art department, so you don't have to take that class. Just go here. So that's a dodgy reason there. So that's a lie they'll tell you about, that they take it. If some do for their hops, cool, because it can help. It helps your legs.
Yeah, because I see them spring in the air very high.
Yeah. But most of those guys are guys who are there for the ballet. A lot of ball players. Because if ball players really did do ballet, there'd be less broken ankles and twisted this and that, because they focus on strengthening that. So that's why I don't buy that lie. But they do that to help the show, and then they give them a little extra credit to help them, So it's a little dodgy area, but it is what it is.
But you did ballet for ballet. You did ballet for ballet, or you were just throwing up people?
No. My teacher trained me hard in it. She's actually a Lebanese arts teacher, and actually I'm still in communication with her. She goes to the protests with me for Palestine.
Nice.
She's been protesting for Palestine since for like 30 years, her whole life, or longer than that.
Wow.
So as soon as she saw my post, she hit me up, and then I started learning a lot more, because she's Lebanese, and she's seen all the history. So but anyways, back to the thing is that Snyder would have taken classes in other things, because if you go to the art school, they make sure, or your major is rich in other things, because you're trying to go out into the world and make a living off of what you focused on in college. So they try and make you well-rounded, just like if you take, communications or any other course, you take all these other prerequisites. Like if you want to be a physical therapist, you have to take chemistry, you have to take some biology, so it helps. And like, you need that on top of getting your bachelor's. So they try and And then the art schools focus all on the arts, so they do the same thing. The only thing is arts are private because our government doesn't want to promote arts programs. It's one of the number one things that get cut out from our schools, the art programs, because they cut costs. So instead of helping the school system, they limit the school system and what they provide. So it's just how we roll here in America. So
That's sad.
yeah, so that's why I gotta do stuff on my own. But it's a blessing that we have people like Zack Snyder, who comes out of an art school, because guess who else came from that same art school? Michael Bay. And is he as much of an artistic? No, he's visually impressive. He knows lighting. Michael Bay is a technical filmmaker. Like everything is technically nice, but he's not a nice person. He's not nice to his stunt department. Like he doesn't do safety protocols. Like I know some of my buddies are in the stunt world here in California, and some moved to Canada. One of my buddies, he was in Shogun, the Disney thing. He did stunts there. So the running joke with the stuntmen is like some things Michael Bay wouldn't be saying in his life. Like they made a shirt, and number one was like, "All right, stuntmen, be careful. We look out for you." And then the other number one thing that Michael Bay would never say is, "I'd like to thank the Academy." So he's not very nice around because his expertise is in technical stuff and other things. Because his movies look clean.
Yeah.
But where they miss in the art and the human performances or whatever, he doesn't excel where someone like Zack Snyder does, in my opinion, who has spent time in multiple art forms and different ways to express yourself through art and understanding art history and stuff, because he's making these references here and there. And it's just like, wow, he makes me want to go back to school to learn more, you know, but it's just crazy.
Yeah, that's what I think. I'm glad you said that about Michael Bay, because I never understood why. Oh, never mind. I never understood why people compare Zack Snyder to Michael Bay. I just never understand it.
No, if anything, it would be because they come from the same school. But again,
okay, they come from the same school, but they're not the same. They're not the same.
So you'll see similarities with like their slow motion, and there are some similarities there, but it's technical. The emotional, artistic part is completely different. Because you'll see their films, the ones that they had more creative control, and compare them, and you'll see the difference between two of them. They're not the same, because again, you could go to the same school, but you are responsible as an individual for where you get inspiration from. Exactly. You are responsible as an individual what you want to say, how you want to say it, with the tools that you got and learned. So that's why I think it's so beautiful about film, because you can't have a committee make it. Let the filmmaker make it. Let Michael Bay do his thing. Let Zack Snyder do his thing. Let David Fincher do his thing. Let Danny Boyle do his thing. Ang Lee, Zhang Yimou, list goes on. So many directors. But when you take the captain away from the ship, you're not going to get to the same place the same way.
No.
So that's why I love these director's cuts, and they should have came out sooner.
I wish they had come out from day one. I didn't want the theatrical.
Give people option.
What do you call it? This studio cut. That's what I'll call it.
Or theatrical cut.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just not my thing.
I agree with you.
I've had experience with Justice League now, with Studio Squad, and now with this. No, I just enough studio cuts for me. Yeah, I don't want to see another studio cut. Give me the director's cut.
Yes, amen. Anything else you want to add? Oh, I found that clip of Sandra Bullock saying that the serum comes from young persons.
Oh my God.
I'll play it real quick. That's because it's topic. If you don't see it, people in the future watching the replay, it's just simply because YouTube had me take it out. So here we go. This is midway conversation of how she looks useful, talking about a serum.
Sarah said, Carrie, what do you?
She really does look young.
Well, you push in whatever the facialist would like to insert into your pores.
But what is it?
It is an extraction from a piece of skin that came from a young person far, far away, and they somehow figured out how to extract.
It's foreskin from a Korean baby. Okay, let's talk about this facial that
See
you're
how she
obsessed with.
saved it there? She just lied
Well,
about
you
where it
push
come
in
from.
whatever the facialist would like to insert into your pores.
But what is it?
It is an extraction from a piece of skin that came from a young person far, far away, and they
So she
somehow
knows
figured
it's
out how
far,
to
far
extract.
away.
So there we go. Even Ellen, I think she knows it because she did a head tilt, and you could probably analyze that conversation as much as you want. But
Well, you know, Ellen's involved with it.
Yeah, we know. So
Okay.
the thing I was pointing out is with all the skin samples and stuff that come from Palestine that come to Beverly Hills area, because the Beverly Hills area here, everyone's like, oh, I got this theory. It's like, I live here. I've seen where these companies are. Our protests are right in front of the Zionist headquarters. I've been there. The Zionist protesting in front. So the Zionist headquarters are rooted in between. It's in West Hollywood in the Beverly Hills area, and it's not far from UCLA. So the Zionist headquarters and influence is strong in that area, that radius. That's why the UCLA protests got violent, because the local cops were ordered to stand in front and watch these students be attacked. Several of my protesters and friends were there, and they saw the cops just stand there while people outside the campus were attacking the students. And the crazy thing is, while the protests were happening, all of the campus was blocked off to outsiders. However, the pro-Zionist attackers were allowed in by the cops.
Whoa.
And then that's UCLA, again, close to that radius. Now, another thing a lot of people know is that a lot of these things Sandra Bullock was talking about, of skin therapy, plastic surgery, rejuvenation stuff, and all that, a lot of those private offices that administer those with surgeons who are very, very rich and Gucci are in West Hollywood and Santa Monica area. And so the Zionist influence is very, very strong in there because of certain companies that are tied to that Zionist headquarters. It is a very nice, fancy building. The upkeep is bougie. So you all can look into those serums and stuff and go down it's not a rabbit hole when there's a money trail. That's my thing. So that's why Hollywood is very corrupt and pro the illegal occupation, ethnic cleansing, because a lot of their companies are relying on it. You know, the skin samples that come out to help these people look youthful. So then you get a freaking movie that shows the fuel of power of these war machines come from other human beings. It's just like, come on now. The whole classic tale of vampires who are idolized and feed off of people to live longer. It's like, come on, all the motifs are there. And Zack Snyder is using these war machines as vampires, feeding off people and living beings that they kill so they have power to move forward. It's like, it's everything going on.
Well, we basically saw that in Rebel Moon, because we saw the dead bodies being fed to the Titans, let's call them Titans.
Yes,
and the Titans were able to revive Admiral Noble.
The whole machine, because all the red was being pulled out of Admiral Noble, and all the blue energy was being pushed
into him. Yeah. So it's the same thing you just said. They're feeding off the dead to
rejuvenate the living.
Yeah, which is basically the Matrix as well, where you remember they were living off the dead.
Oh yeah, they turn people into batteries, you know.
Yeah, and then the people who die in the pods, that fluid is given back to the living people in pods. So it's the same. It's interesting that they do that, though. That must mean Hollywood is aware of what's happening.
I would say the corporate Hollywood, because Hollywood, it's a throwaway word. It's really just a street. It's an idea. It's an ideology. There's no real group. There's multiple groups having ownership of studios to put on a show to sell stuff, because they
Right.
rent the Egyptian theater to do showcase because that's prestigious. And the best way to look at Hollywood, like when you say, oh, it's the Hollywood way or whatever, it's like throwing away the term that, okay, this fictitious group is responsible for everything, when actually it's like, to me, the Wild West of morality and art, where you have different individual corporate studios that are calling the shots of what they control and what they're tied to. Let's just pretend one group is responsible for the human trafficking side and they hide it with this theatrical side, and another group is operating separately with taking human samples for rejuvenation side for this modeling world or this side that they cover up. So it's a lot of different,
So you're saying they're fronts for
the Italian mafia, the Yakuza.
they're fronts. Okay.
There's no one big hub. When people
Mhm.
pretend it's a hub or advertise, oh, that's a Hollywood way, that's like throwing the responsibility just out the window, and not really focusing on what really is the problem, who's really making art, who's really just making commercialized propaganda, who's doing this and all. When also a lot of stuff is also coming from New York, but you make this fictitious Hollywood problem and you put it on one side, and then you just ignore all the others. You're actually helping the villains like get away with stuff because you're not looking at who the villains are. You're just throwing it out in the direction where there's
So
really
it's
no
kind of like
other-
David Zaslav is like the one you should be looking at, or
Yes,
CEOs of
exactly. Like
companies.
even the Academy Awards when No One's Land. I'm forgetting what's the title of the documentary.
It's no land. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
That won
so it's
the Oscar.
Yes, the one that was made with the Palestinian filmmaker and an Israeli filmmaker about the legal
Right.
occupation. So that was a good example of where the Zionist power is, and it's small because a lot of people clapped, a lot of people gave a standing ovation for Palestinian people to be free, and ethnic cleansing is wrong. But watch the footage again. Not everyone was clapping, not everyone stood up, and those are the ones more in power for the more in favor of the legal occupation and the corruption of Hollywood to help that. And all the other people standing up acknowledged that it's wrong. And it was
I think the
more
people
people
who probably
acknowledging that it's wrong because one of the people tweeted,
yeah.
Man, this is the greatest Oscars night ever. Da da da. Then when that film won the best for best documentary, the guy
Yeah.
tweeted again saying, "Oh, this is so anti-Semitic," and I was like, "Whoa!" Right after. So he's definitely one of those people who didn't clap. So
What I'm saying
you
is,
can
I
see that
think
they're not all in a hive mind, and then there's a bunch of differences and people waking up to what's going on. That's what I was getting at.
I would say though that the CEOs of company, David Zaslav is a Israeli American, right?
Yeah, I think he's a Zionist.
Yeah, he's a Zionist. So
I
anyway,
think James Gunn is also pro-Zionist too.
Oh, okay. Didn't know that.
One of my buddies is telling me that all the time in all our discussions. But yeah, go on.
Well, I didn't know
Which
that.
is why he had an actress that is outspoken of pro-Palestine, maybe to cover his tracks, but it's all theory. I have no proof. But yeah, go on.
Okay, I know for a fact David Zaslav is one, and he's Jewish, and he's Israeli.
Well,
Jew.
not all Jews are Zionists, though.
I know, but he's Israeli Jew, and literally there's a flag of Israel near to the Warner Brothers Sciences, America and Israel. Anyway, the thing is, I'm now realizing that you really have to look at the CEOs of companies. So it's the people with the major clout in Hollywood probably are the ones who are pro-Zionist, whereas the creative minds, the help, the people who may be working in Hollywood, a lot of other people may not be.
Mm-hmm.
So like just like in America, the key positions of government are covered by mostly people who have taken funding from APAC. I think it's the same thing in Hollywood.
Oh yeah, definitely. APAC and also Kufi, and there's a few others.
Yeah, so I think that it's not necessarily the majority of people in Hollywood who.
No, because also the majority in government isn't all pro-Zionist either. There are some who are pro-humanitarians too, but not enough.
but they're not the majority. They're like in
Exactly.
government, like 300. I think it's 360 people in Congress now have taken funding from APAC.
Mm-hmm.
So they bought out a lot of politicians,
Mm-hmm.
and that's significant, you know. And I think that's what's
Yeah.
happening. That's what happened in Hollywood.
JFK was going to put an end to that.
I know. That's why they
Yeah.
had to get rid of him.
Yeah.
And they're not, you know, this is more public political stuff, but they're not going to release those files with all the information in them. I don't believe that.
No. I could have a whole podcast about why.
Yeah, and also the Epstein thing, I don't think they'll release that either.
No. As soon as they get to a certain group, you know, it's all hush hush.
Yes, but they're not even going to release the names of the people who commit the crimes.
No, because they're still protected.
Yes, they have to be, because it's a bribery.
Mm-hmm.
What good is the bribery if these people are, you know, exposed? It doesn't make any sense anymore. They have nothing over their heads. So
like all the politicians who stabbed the king and queen and watched the
right.
death of Issa.
There you go. It's exactly the same thing.
It is. Oh, well, I have to end it here, brother, for the show. Any final thoughts you would like to give, and anything coming up on your channel, or what do you cover on your channel? I want to give you this is the Anson Philip Christ I Am Disciple plug.
Well, great, because Free Palestine, I think, is very important, and I, along with my good brother here, KOJAY, you know, we try our best to alert people on what's happening there, and hopefully, eventually we'll get peace in Palestine. And of course, I also would like to see Zack Snyder continue his movie, Zack Snyder's Justice League, with sequels. Somebody said, "Oh yeah," that's what I'm saying. So those are two things. Of course, I also speak sometimes on spiritual things in my journey, and I really appreciate KOJAY for having me on this program, because KOJAY is also someone who likes to talk about spiritual things. Even though we didn't really cover much about spiritual stuff in these movies, there's a lot of spiritual stuff in those movies. And what's happening today also is quite spiritual. And KOJAY actually did it in one of his, you put out one of your videos, KOJAY, where you showed.
We're supposed to be promoting you.
I don't mind. I think this is important.
Right.
The spiritual things. I think this is more important than my channel. That we didn't really, unfortunately, we didn't really articulate too much about that. We did kind of touch it on and off, but we didn't really touch it in that. This is what I would honestly want to say. That this world is built on a principle that, you know, a lot of people we look up to. I think this is something in BVS as well, and Zack Snyder talks about it. A lot of people we look up to, sometimes we need to understand that they may paint a certain picture to us, but it's not necessarily what we see when we look up to them. And so it's important for us as people to learn to love each other and also to help each other, because it'll come a time when we'll need each other instead of all of these divisions and all of these things that people use to separate us, so that we could be, you know, manipulated by people who are painting a certain picture, but they're not that, you know. There's a lot of Lex Luthors out there. Let me just put it that way. So that's what I would like to leave with. Wish we had gone into more spiritual stuff, but that's okay.
You know, you could come. I'll go back on your channel, and you can come back, and we could talk about it as many times as you want, because I love what you cover, man. And
but everybody kind of knows it now. I think, KOJAY, that, you know, the spiritual element, and I see a lot of people on Twitter speaking about those things. I didn't realize it was that real, though. I didn't realize it was that real. You know.
I love what you do. I'm a big fan of your work. I love trying to catch everything you cover. You cover a lot too, but I I think it is important that we don't cater to the idea that we shouldn't talk politics and we shouldn't talk faith. I think we should talk politics, and I think we should talk faith. I think what we can refrain from is malconduct, because some people can't agree, and then they get aggressive, and then they get closed off, and then they fight. That is a habit. That has nothing to do with the topic. I think we can stay away from bad conduct, and if things get hot and emotional, then plan to talk another day when it's not hot and emotional. But I think we should address things that are labeled or are political. And I think we should be able to talk about things that are faith, because faith has saved me in so many ways. And when we have voices like yours tackling on stuff like that, I think those are steps in positive, beautiful directions. And it may be hard to look in the mirror sometimes or look around you, but I think it's equally important, because if we don't do that, then all the art that we're inspired by really means nothing.
I agree. I couldn't agree with you more, brother.
Amen.
That is so true.
Thank you. So, everyone, like and subscribe to my boy right here. I have the link in the description where you can find him, and in my section on my channel, which is a bunch of channels I recommend. Like and subscribe to me. Watch Rebel Moon, Director's Cut, or Theatrical, whatever you want. Just support Zack Snyder's work so we can get more of it, because I'm a fan, and I hope you are too. Thank you so much for being here, brother.
Thank you.
We'll see y'all next time as I get my exit video. Thank you for enjoying this whole thing. We are as long as a Snyder Cut, but that's how we do it. Longer. And we'll see you next time. Much love. God bless, and take care. See you then.
All right.
Whoops. See ya.
Free Palestine.